Hello and welcome to the final round of the GRG eSports Spring Endurance Series. We are here with the 4 hours of Imola, and as you can see, it is raining. There were some concerns from the drivers as to whether or not it was going to rain during the race, as it rained during a lot of the practice sessions throughout the week, but then we got to the practice session today and it was clear and dry. But now, 2 hours into the future, in-game time or in-sim time, and we have rain. I'm sure that some of the teams are happy to see that, and some of the others are not. But here we are. We have a 20-car grid for today's race. Cars are getting themselves set up and ready to go. There's a minute and a half left before we get rolling. The delayed stream start here due to just to try out a little bit of a new format with perhaps skipping the practice session and getting right into the race action on the broadcast. Joining me in the booth today is Ryan.
Hello there.
I believe you joined us with the 24-hour charity race that we did at Silverstone, the Trick or Treat race last October, but I don't believe that you've been back since.
No, I have not been doing a stream since Halloween. It's nice to be back, and my second time in the booth, and yeah, I just hope this goes well.
It will
This
for sure be fun.
interesting race too, due to the rain at the start, which can spice up how the lead pack goes.
Yeah, of course, there is the 2 dry tire sets restricted for the race weekend, and that does include the 45-minute practice. A couple of drivers who did do laps in practice did scuff a set of tires there. However, you do not have a restriction on wet tire sets. You have unlimited, just due to general safety concerns, right? It's something that you see in real life as well, is that there is never a limit to your wet tire sets in any series. So that is also something that makes its feature here in the game. We are getting underway. Cars are rolling. I believe that the pole sitter did not make the grid. They are currently sitting in the pit lane. The pole sitter is on the pit lane right now. So not sure exactly what happened there. A little bit of a development, though, as Octavian does not get the Porsche to the grid. So Lucas Schubert will be the first car to take the green flag today, despite the 22 qualifying on pole last Saturday. We do have our 1GT4, who's also making their start from the pit lane at the moment. So that could also be for their own sake of perhaps wanting to stay out of the chaos of lap 1. Let me jump over here. Welcome in everybody who is watching on the Twitch chat or in the YouTube stream. Unfortunately, cannot see the YouTube chat myself, but we do see the Twitch chat. So if you are on YouTube and you want to interact with us, feel free to jump over to our Twitch account, twitch.tv/GRG eSports, and watch us live over there. It's going to be a long race today. It's only 4 hours, which is the shortest race of the Spring Endurance Series, but it's going to feel very long with the rain here at the Imola circuits in Italy. It's a very tricky series of corners. Unfortunately, does not have the names here on the track map, but it is a tricky series of corners here. It's a lot of chicanes, of course, added after some incidents that have occurred here over the years. We won't go into much detail on them, but yeah, there's been plenty of incidents that have led to the introduction of a bunch of chicanes at the circuit, but this is a circuit that does chicanes properly, and it creates some interesting racing, and it's going to be fun and spicy in the rain, I do suspect. I'm curious how the game's going to handle the 22 starting from the pit lane, if it's going to let the 717 have row 1 to itself, I suspect. As the cars exit out of the final corner, everyone getting to the line. It does seem as if the 717 will make the grid on their own. There's a big gap between everybody right now, as the 421 Porsche here is seeming to be out of position, perhaps. There they go. I think they've gotten it figured out. We're waiting on the lights to go out. They're coming towards the start-finish line now. You can see the 5 red lights just atop of the Imola banner. They come across, and the lights are out. The green flag is waving, and away we go down towards turn 1 here at Imola for the final round of the Spring Endurance Series in the rain. You can see the water splash happening in the background. Everyone wiggling under the first braking zone, really trying to test what their cars can do. Around goes 2. That's the 421 and the 67 making contact outside of turn 1. And around they go and towards the back now. Everyone else makes it through the incident cleanly. Luckily, they seem to have slid off of the racetrack up front. Lucas Schubert's holding on to the lead, but the 805 BMW there with Chris B behind the wheel, not letting them get too far away through the first couple corners. So we keep an eye down the field, still side by side here, back for P7 right now. Lots of movers here. The scoring pylon not quite up to date, as the spin there at the Sector 1 timing line has led some people being confused on their position. So we'll let it update once they get to the Sector 2 timing line here just shortly. Oh, that's a bit more contact for the 421, and around they go once again. Running into the back of the Aston there, and then seem to have a little bit more help to push them around the rest of the way. So a sloppy lap 1 there from the 421, and Maxime Bullet, who started, I believe, 4th or 5th there at the start of the race, was up towards the front and has now found themselves at the back of the grid. The 22 did get out of the pit lane.
And then the 514 had a little, looked to be a little hit to the rear to the car ahead.
Of course, fastest first lap there for Lucas Schubert. You can see the new overlay feature on the broadcast there, shown at the top of the screen, where it showcases every time someone sets the fastest lap, and it'll also have a feature of, at the end, whenever there's a car that wins. The 64 has gone around off the final corner. We're going to have to come back on the replay later and rewatch this first lap of chaos, because it seems to be all over the place here in the wet for the final round of the GRG eSports Spring Endurance Series. Wet conditions always play a tricky factor, and you can see up in the top right of the screen, the forecast predicts that the rain will get lighter in about 10 minutes time. So we're going to see the heaviest of the rain as of right now. It's also a pretty warm track considering how wet it is at 28 degrees Celsius on the track temp. We could see this track, if it starts to dry out, get really, really hot. Rolling through here, Sebastian Elmstrom up to P3 in the Lexus. Rolling along, trying to keep the Finn from the 993 just behind. I feel like this is a good opportunity to showcase some of our new onboard cameras that we have. So we have a front bumper and a rear bumper camera now, one that's in the rear diffuser and one that's on the front splitter of these race cars. Really offers a good perspective of the racetrack, of just how fast and how violent that these race cars are going around here. You can only get so much from the in-cockpit onboard cam, but you get this really low camera shot where you're really looking down at the level of the racetrack. It really offers a unique perspective of the racetrack. '78 there, having a little bit of a look towards the inside of the defending champions, number 1 DSRT car. But they're going to hold that position for the time being, staying within the top 5. But Simon Bauer not content staying behind that BMW, really fast in the wet, but so is the McLaren. So wanting to make the move and get it done as soon as possible, you have to imagine, in the Raider Engineering eSports car. Chasing just behind the McLaren, the big old wing. It's slippery race car though with the McLaren. It has a rather low height compared to this Beamer. Oh, that's going to be a bold move to the inside here. Can he make it stick? He does. Bradley giving him plenty of room on the outside. Still side by side going down the hill. Backing out is the DSRT car, thinking better of it long term with this race, not short term. But into the top 5 now, Simon Bauer with the '78 BMW. The 421 trying to make their way back up the grid. The 29 has gone off the racetrack. Let me get clicked onto there. They have spun around, I do believe, just shortly there, and have now gotten their car going back in the right direction. That's going to be a loss of a couple positions for them. Trying to get the track map open here to where I can see the names of the corners, because I do not remember them off the top of my head. So I'm trying to get it open to where I can see it as we're commentating. There we go. Now I can see it. That would have been at turn 10, where the 29 just went around last time by. And now you can see losing a few spots here in the Sector 2 timing line. But trying to get that car back underway. The 421, again, they've been the biggest loser so far in this race, starting up front and have fallen their way down. I believe they were at 15th at one point, but now up to 12th and trying to close towards the top 10 once again. The 44 just made a move on the 201 down into turn 1, and the 22, after starting from the pit lane, is now to the back of the pack, and is going to look to try and close that gap and get back into competition with the front of this field, perhaps. Does the game model water running off, or does it model all of the track being uniformly covered in water? The track does indeed have a dynamic water level, but it also has a static water level as well. It's kind of a mixture of both. So the more cars that run on the track, the faster the track will dry. The more that cars run on the racing line, the faster the racing line will dry. But running off the racing line will still dry the racing line. So it's kind of both, to answer that question, because I do not believe that you could have a session of 20 cars and then have them all intentionally run off the racing line and have the offline dry, if that makes any sense. I've not seen that occur at any point within an ACC race. As that's a move back there from the 201. The 22 got through, I believe, for just a brief second. The 201 going back on the send, but now the cross back again for the 22. Octavian Robu trying to put his way through, and now gets past the 201. I believe that's the first on-track pass for that 22 car. Obviously, the pole sitter starting from the pit lane is working their way up the field.
Looks like that car has some good pace in the rain, so it'd be interesting to see what they can do in 4 hours and how long the rain will prevail for here.
Yes, it is. As you mentioned, the pace of the Porsche is typically really good in the rain, and yeah, with a 4-hour race here, there's still plenty of time for them to reel back in some positions and catch their way up. But again, an unfortunate something happened that led to them starting from the pit lane. I mean, it could have been intentional, but I really don't know why you would sacrifice the pole position in an effort to start from the pit lane. As blowing through the chicane there, the 993 missing the braking zone just slightly. That's going to give a really good run here to Simon Bauer down towards the second to last corner. Turn 14, going to make a peek to the left. Lex Better gets back in line, has a little bit of a defense from the 993. It's hard to make a move into turn 14 there. Beamer going to try to get a really good run up off of 15, and they'll run towards the line. Of course, these count as corners as well. Turn 16 and then 17 is the final corner right here. And then you have the finish line just on the exit of turn 17. I believe that the start line and the finish line are in two different locations on this track. Oh, almost a bit of contact there under braking. A little bit early too, I believe the 993 was, catching out the 78, but nicely done by everybody to get through that. Now he's going to be trying to make the move down into turn 5. Just a bit of a peak, not quite there though. Again, the Aston Martin seems to have legs in the straight line. Oh, he's going really aggressive here into the braking on the hairpin, pinching it off the 993. Camera kind of gets blocked by a tree there. Oh, there's a bit of a door check on the exit. Maybe a bit of frustration from Simon Bauer with the little bit of a cut there by the 993, and now they're going to be under attack from the 513. So, oh, and around goes the 78. As soon as he gets into clean air, around goes the Beamer, spinning it up on the traction on the exit there. You have a little bit of a curb, and I imagine in the wet that it is not easy to get a grip. And the 78 again still struggling now, perhaps a little bit overinflated on the tire pressures. The car sliding around, and these wet tires, they take a long time to get cooled back down.
Little note from race control that the incidents on lap 1 have been noted.
That'll definitely be a fun one to have to review. Obviously at turn 1, lap 1, or well, as actually turn 2 and 3. By technicality, we saw the contact between the 421 and I believe it was the 201. But it was between two cars there where they went around towards the front of the grid, and then of course there's a couple incidents that spun later on, but I do believe they were on their own. Trying to close the gap here, the Aston Martins fighting back and forth. Looking to the left, back to the right, picking that dead center line here. Trying to, I mean, it's a bold way to defend. It's basically just pick the center line and let the other car, like, it gives them the opportunity to make a move, but they have to be bold in their move, either around the outside or in the inside, by just kind of sticking it in the middle of the racetrack. You give them the opportunity, but you're not making it easy on them. Rather than going fully defensive and entirely compromising your line through the corner, or not defending at all and giving them the entire opportunity to just send it up your inside. It's going to be a great little battle here, hopefully, though, between these two for a prolonged period of time. As we look down the grid here, the 421 is now being caught up by the Porsche sister car there, just behind the 22, working its way through the tail end of the field, now up into 13th, and is closing in on the 421 now. Octavian Robu in the off-pace racing car, surely going to be working this car hard. We'll see the steering inputs here in the Porsche. Appears the traction control is at 3. You can kind of see that on the dashboard there, where you can get a rough number for where they're running their numbers. So running it actually quite lightly on the traction control number here, and trying to let the car maybe fishtail a little bit more out of the corners to help get a little bit more straight line exits. 78 just got back by the 1, but now the 1's going to try to re-challenge down into turn 1 here. Lots of slipstream. The McLaren, no slouch in a straight line. It has plenty of speed, but it seems like the Beamer maybe just a little bit more as they get down towards turn 1. The 1 actually spinning, locks up the rear end just a little bit there, going through the corner, and in an effort to not be in people's way, drives backwards off the racetrack just to get off of the line, to not be hit. Try to get the car pointed back in the right direction here, though. Staying offline. Now to the tail end of the field goes the 1. That's the punishment and the challenge of wet, right? I mean, it's not necessarily that running a lap is hard. It's more so consistently not overstepping your boundaries. In the dry, you can get away with a bit more. You can lock up your rears a little bit. You can kind of over push the corner. You can get up on the curb a little bit, have a bit of a wiggle, and you can get away with it. In the rain, you cannot. You make that bit of a wiggle, and the car is going all the way around. And we just saw that happen there to the defending champions. So shows that it's not necessarily anyone is vulnerable in the wet. Igor Simonov here really trying to get a good exit out of one of these corners. It's going to be really the easiest opportunity to get past the 993, who's, again, using a clever and cheeky bit of defending, kind of sitting in the middle of the racetrack, not giving the opportunity to make a bold move for the Green Flag Racing 513, but it's really going to create where you're going to have to be in a really good position here for Simonov to try to make that move into a braking zone.
Oh, a little bit of a little loose there on entry rather there. Yeah, I forget the turn names because I really never use Imola, nor do I own it. But it is interesting to see how some of the cars seem to have gotten really under control in the rain, and then some cars are loose, and how some of them are going the same pace, even with the completely drastic changes in how the cars handle.
The Aston Martin here going to try to get a big run, a bit of a bobble up on the curb there, and that's going to ruin any sort of a run. He had a shot at him, I believe. He was really close. I think that's where the 513 excels the most there, is through the end of Sector 1 and into the start of Sector 2. So if there's going to be a move, it's going to have to be or at the end of Sector 2 and start of Sector 3, sorry. But the run's going to have to be right at the start of Sector 3 there into the turn 11-12 chicane. But seeming to now kind of over push themselves just a little bit here. Igor Simonov really not having the Aston Martin underneath him at the moment. If we look further down the grid, the 22 Porsche here, right to the tail end of the 421. You got to wonder, maybe Porsche's going to play nice with each other here, or are they going to try and similarly fight and hold the battle here I keep on accidentally clicking onto the wrong camera. You see the slipstream here, the 22, a huge run, and as soon as you pull out, it stalls. The rain has really slowed down, by the way. You can tell on the onboard cameras how much it's slowed down. The 22 to the inside here through turn 2, 3, and into 4, still side by side. A good challenge on the outside from the 4-2-1. Maxime Bullet really trying to hold the corner, but unable to fully contest, as Octavian Robu is through and into P11 now. Trying to have that last to question mark challenge here for the off-pace racing team. And so far, so good. They've made up half the grid. If you look up towards the top right, you can actually see in 30 minutes time the rain should be stopped. We will see a full stop of the rain. Of course, the session will remain wet for a little bit after the rain stops. The track doesn't just instantly become dry, but it will, however, begin to come into that dry territory where the 2 tire sets will still perhaps be a factor in today's race. We expect it to be a 3-stopper, and in 30 minutes time, we obviously won't be at a point of a pit stop yet, so it could create maybe a 4-stop strategy in play here. That's the 513 here, getting a really good run up off of turn 2, but nowhere to go with it. Again, the 993 just in perfect positioning. The Igor and Igor fight here, but of course they have it spelt differently, and I imagine there is different pronunciations, and I apologize for the fact that I am not fluent in these languages to understand the nuances of the language, but I am sure that there is different pronunciations between IGOR and EGOR, but I am not certain of that. But again, the 513.
I will be back in about half an hour. I have to do something.
10-4. Simonov here really challenging the 993, just trying to get by. Oh, and that's a car off McLaren. I believe that's the 64. No, it's the 69 off the circuit, just up ahead of these two fighting. Managing to get the car going straight once again. I believe that may have been a effective blue flag zone where they were maybe just trying to not be in the way of the 42 whatsoever, and in that process just kind of drove off the racetrack. Is that correct? Are they pronounced the same? That actually it would impress me if I was getting it right. Meanwhile, up front, we haven't necessarily talked about them all for so far, but Lucas Schubert cruising in the 717. Okay, they are not. Okay, that's what I figured they weren't the same, but I'm not 100% sold on how to pronounce that. Oh, that's a move on the inside. That's the wrong car. Lap traffic perhaps playing a part here. You see the 78 just back behind, catching up with these two fighting consistently. They're obviously losing themselves a bunch of time. Looking around the outside, the 513 trying to get through. Unable to keep the traction on the exit though. And again, the 993 going to be defending that P4 fantastically. The 78 just down the road now is within striking distance of these two. now we have a 3-car fight here for P4. Apologies for the little bit of dead air there. But we are watching now as the 993, 513, and the 78s, 2 Astons and a Beamer, will now be contesting for P4 on the racetrack. Let's see if maybe a move happens soon here. The 78's been hard charging last time around, a full second quicker than these other two. And the slowest car in the top 6 has been the 993. Into the pits is the 67. A bit early here, I would have to imagine, but so an unscheduled stop for the 67. I do believe it's supposed to be the 66. I think they've had driver swap errors that have led to the current situation that they are in. The 22 just down the road, we're going to continue to monitor that situation. The 22 is now on the rear end of the 991 trying to make that move, so into the top 10 now for the 22 with the pit stop, and then looking to jump into 9th here relatively quickly. Looking left, looking right, gonna really try to get it over there all the way to the grass almost there, trying to make the move. 993 goes deep. That's gonna open the door. Through comes the 513 and the 78. That's 2 spots for 1 there. The 993 as they slide off the racetrack. Meanwhile, the 22 also in the grass here, trying to make a move on the other 99 racing team, Aston Martin. That one goes a bit smoother there as the Porsche slides its way through under the braking zone, perhaps conceding the position here in the 991, making that a bit easier, and they don't want to fight too much harder with the car that has been the quickest on the racetrack in the last few laps. Unfortunately, the 67 is retiring due to some connection issues. The car is unable to continue running, and that's what has resulted in them being on the pit lane. Hopefully we can see them back for the next races that we have. Is actually the 991 was just challenging back on the 22 down the grid here. They're side by side for just a moment there, and the 22 retains the position for the time being, but maybe not conceding the position, as actually the 991 was ahead at the time of the Sector 1 into Sector 2 timing line, and so they actually must have repassed on the front straightaway and into the braking zone of Turn 1. The 78 just got through while we were watching that, just got through on the 513. Change of position now and into the top 4 for Simon Bauer. It's been a pretty triumphant charge, actually. He's been working his way from down the field, and it's been one of the biggest movers so far. If we take a look here, I have a graphic that shows the biggest movers, and so excluding the 67 and the 69, who both had their issues, we have the 22, who is down 8 positions from the race start, of course, with the pit lane start after qualifying on pole. And then the biggest movers for going up positions is the 513, who have actually gained 12 positions since the start of this race inside the top 5 right now. The 78 has gained 9. We've also seen the 514 and the 29 both gain 11 to be where they're at now after starting at the tail end of the field. So some movers all over the place on the racetrack. Last time around, Lucas Schubert set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:48.9. So the track is getting quicker as it's starting to dry out slightly. We'll go on board with the overall leader at the moment, cruising in the Mercedes down into turn 1 through turn 2, a tricky chicane but a very fun one. Use up all the curb on the exit down towards the second chicane here of 5 and 6. The Villeneuve chicane, as it is called. Down towards the hairpin, turn 7. Sharpest corner on the track, and then now up the hill. Up towards turn 8. To the right side of the circuit here, under braking. You want to catch the inside curb just a little bit here and let it roll. Don't take too much of that exit curb, especially in the wet here. Get the car back to the left and down the hill. Bit of that inside curb. Don't touch the outside curb. Don't touch too much of that inside curb, but you can use up the exit curb. Now, of course, we have McLaren in the way here, so we're going to be a little bit compromised into the turn 11 complex here with the chicane. Slowest part of the racetrack. Using up all the curbing there. The 717 Lucas Schubert trying to straight line it as much as he possibly can. And now down through turn 13 towards 14. Use that inside curb, use that outside runoff. Don't touch too much of the inside there. Use quite a bit of it actually. Let it roll onto the exit. You can actually see off in the distance the sun starting to kind of peak up. Actually just beyond the distance, and of course the final two corners here, 16 and 17, and now you're restarting the lap back towards turn 1 braking zone. Quite a fun lap around this circuit. Obviously lots of elevation change. It goes up and down and up and down, and with the chicanes kind of paired in there. Obviously again, chicanes are kind of typically something that are frowned upon within racing events, but I believe that this is one of the cases where chicanes are done fantastically. It creates a really fun lap to both hot lap, but also to race and overtake. And I think that this is one of those definitions of how to make a chicane interesting. It's still, they're going to be a tricky series of corners, but they're not overly tricky. Just for the sake of being tricky. They have good flow to them. They make sense in the places that they're at. And obviously most of them added in the 80s and 90s due to health and safety concerns at the racetrack. This was one of the faster tracks in the world, similar with Monza as well. Italy, known for its speedromes, obviously had to slow them down somehow, and Monza elected to go with chicanes as well. The chicanes they went with were much more traditional chicanes, to say the least. Where Imola elected to get a little bit more spicy with their chicanes, and I think that it pays off in the end, as it creates a much more fun racing surface. The 513, a big old slide, catching too much of that exit curb there. Taken all the way to from the exit of turn 9 to the exit of turn 10 with that slide. Managing to bring the car back together now. The 22 now to the rear bumper of the 29. I'm going to be trying to look to make his way through, and actually the 29 goes off the racetrack there in an effort to defend, crossing over in front of the 22. That was a little bit sketchy, but does concede the position in exchange. Oh, that's a big lockup there, and the 29's around. See if we can get the car rolling here, get out of the way of the 991 and 421 as they're coming along now. Does get that and stays in front here, the Sim Racer OMST Aston Martin. And the car pointed back in the right direction. Now we have a 3-horse fight for P9 on the circuit.
I will say, Monza actually at one point did have a triple chicane at turn 1. It's a really interesting way of combating that issue.
They did a what?
They had a triple chicane at turn 1. Just a continuous triple chicane.
Like right, left, right, left, right, left? Or right, left,
Let me
right?
pull up an image of it, but
I
it's in actually
was not
AMS2,
aware of
that
this.
particular scan of that.
While you were doing that, I'm going to go over your race control here. So, car number 44 for an incident on lap 1. Avoidable contact lap 1 gets a drive-through penalty. Taylor Williams gets 2 penalty points. Heading into turn 5, the 44 misjudged the braking points. Made contact with the 94, causing a spin. So the 44 does receive a drive-through penalty. And then also for avoidable contact on lap 1, a 30-second time penalty to car 421, receiving 2 penalty points for that as well. Heading in turn 10, the 421 tried to make a move on the 991, made slight contact, causing both cars to spin, and the 421 spun. The 514 made contact in an attempt to move or to avoid the incident in front. And then avoidable contact drive-through penalty again on lap 1 for the 513. 2 penalty points to driver Simonov with exiting turn 15. The 513 hit the 64 multiple times, causing the 64 to spin. And so we have some penalties getting ready to come into play here in this one. Obviously, it's just a matter of time until the race control were to make their decisions on those. Ethan Lawrence here, who you just heard on the booth, of course, in race control for today, just sent me the smallest track map image I've ever seen.
Best I could find of it.
I would put this on stream, but you would physically not be able to see it on the stream. But okay, so the chicane at Monza for turn 1 used to go left, then back to the right, then back to the left, then back to the right. Interesting. That's a bit of Monza history I did not know. But literally, that image is 316 pixels.
Yeah, it's not great. No, it's a really fun layout of Monza, surprisingly. Give it a try on R Factor. Actually has, I think it's the 87. It's one of the old Formula Series F1 mods, and it has the track. Has that particular version of Monza in it, as well as AMS2's Monza has that historic layout.
There you all go. Those of you who are watching us on Twitch, now you have something to give yourself a test on after this race. As we've been watching here, the 421 and the 29 actually been kind of fighting back and forth for position here. The 421 got through, and then the 29 got through, and then the 421 got back through. We just saw a couple swaps for the 10th position on the racetrack there. But now the 421 in 10th and is going to try to charge down the 991. The 29, in fact, losing 2 positions in that fight, going from 9th down to 11th now. And the Porsche is still trying to contest with the Aston Martins here in the wet. Another new feature that we have here is the ability to see live speed. This is, of course, in kilometers per hour, not miles per hour. We are not doing 240 miles per hour. The cars, though, you can see gear 6, 250, almost 260 kph down into the braking zone of turn 1, or turn 2, in fact. Oh, that's actually a big old slide here for the car we're sitting on board with, the 29. Anton trying to get a little bit too much speed there through turn 2, 3, and 4, and a little bit too early to the throttle, perhaps. You can also see in the bottom left there, just behind our logos, as actually looking to the inside, just in front. That's a forceful move from the 421. No contact was made, but they wanted that one, and they wanted it done right then and there. Through on the 991, the 29 here, the Sim Racer OMST car, giving us a perfect onboard shot to see that move happen. And that little bit of exchange for position, it shows just how much time you can lose quickly, because the 29 was about a second behind and now is right on the bumper of the 991 just because of that misguided line from the overtake. But I was saying, you can look down in the bottom left and you can actually see the footwork of the driver here, at least in the in-sim version. Obviously, it's not exactly what the person's doing, but you can kind of get a general gist for whenever their feet are moving to the brake pedal. Nice little feature in this game that some sims do not feature. There's actually been an additional penalty awarded to car 44 Taylor Williams, who will receive another penalty point. It's 3 on the day. Again, cars are only allowed to receive 6 in a single event before the car is parked. And the 44 is at 3, and we're not even 30 minutes into this race. Lap 2, turn 2, so they only made it 2 laps into this race. Car 44 tried to make a late move on the inside and make contact with car 201, causing both to spin. And so that'll be an additional 10-second time penalty for the 44 after they serve their drive-through penalty. The action kind of starting to simmer down a little bit here. Again, we're about 40 minutes into this race. Everyone's kind of starting to settle into their groove here with the rain, but of course, in 10 minutes time, the rain's going to be gone. So we'll start to see the Calamity spark back up. I was suspecting about 15 minutes as the 991 locks up through the chicane of turn 11. Perhaps was trying to look for a move there and decided better of it. The 513 now serving their drive-through penalty. 44 served theirs just a moment ago. Oh, a big old slide there up off of turn 14. It's going to have a compromise line through turn 15 for the 421. That's going to let this Aston Martin, who we know has legs, get even more of a leg up on the Porsche. Now looking to the right instead of the left. Heavily defensive there from the 421 Porsche. Maxime Bullet as they're exiting. There's the car leaving the pit lane. Fortunately not into the path of these two cars as they were side by side. The 991 though gonna miss the chicane at turn 2, keeps the foot down and actually comes out the other side better for it. Perhaps a little bit of a wheel spin there from the 421, making that look a bit more profitable for the 991 than it actually was. But definitely a effective way to go off the racetrack, I suppose. We'll have to see. If someone feels that maybe that was an illegitimate overtake or not. We're now seeing the 513 after their drive-through is now in the thick of this fight as well. So we have 4 cars within a couple seconds of each other here, all of which in a position to be fighting. It does take what was our biggest mover there in the race in the 513. It takes away a few positions for them. No longer our biggest mover. It's now the 514 at 12 positions up from restart. The rain has stopped. You can see on the 991 the windshield wiper has been shut off as they obviously do not have the spray of a car behind. Oh, a little bit of a curb hop there. The 421 tried too quickly to get to the inside, unable to do it, had to check up and back out of that fight, and so actually will not be able to make a move probably down into turn 1, I'd have to imagine. Meanwhile, maybe the 513 has a shot at something down towards the braking zone. Let's see, does anybody make a move? Nope, they're going to stay in line, these 4 cars, as they snake their way through turn 2, 3, 4 complex, now down towards 5 and 6. Peeking to the left just a little bit, you can see again everyone with their windshield wiper off. The spray is gone. Track should be dry relatively quickly, especially with the 30°C track temps that we have going on right now. There's a move from the 421. Slightly missed that there from this camera angle. 4-2-1 now back off the racetrack, though. Couldn't make it stick on the apex. And they're going to lose out on 2 more spots in that move. Now to the tail end of this fight they go in that Porsche.
Yeah, there's a nice train here. I think it's actually the one you're talking about with the head of it being the 991 and the rear of it being the 421. Don't know if any of these cars have pit. I don't think any of them have. They're still running the wet tires. The track is damp, but they're not kicking up a lot of spray, it seems.
Yeah, it's definitely, as I was just saying, like with the 30 degrees Celsius track temp, it's drying out really quickly. So I suspect that we wouldn't see too much longer before some of these cars do maybe someone takes that chance on going into the dries. And as the 513 is making the move around the outside, perhaps, no, not going to be able to make it stick there into turn 14. Going to try to get the run towards down towards turn 1. Robu actually takes the fastest lap. Meanwhile, the 513 elects to dive out. They're going to be the first car to the dry tires here.
Looks like they're trying an undercut. I think I actually saw the 44 and I don't know who else had pitted earlier.
That was for their drive-throughs. Those two.
No,
cars.
they stopped in the pit box.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Interesting.
64 was the other car because they have stop go now for speeding in the pit lane. It seems. So yeah. They are actually the first ones on dry tires. However, it does not look good for the 64 since they have that stop and go. They must serve.
The 1 is also into the pit lane, and the 201 now coming in too. So we're going to see 3 cars, 64, like you mentioned, serving that stop go 30. These are the cars that are going to try to make that move and see who can make the jump. Meanwhile, the
805 stays out. They're going to try and undercut the 717.
The 717 still staying out, at least for the time being. Definitely, I think it's a risk to go to the dry tire this early, but it's something that you can pull. And I mean, for a car like the 513, who of course they just served their drive-through moments ago, and they were kind of in the fight with cars that they knew that they were faster. So get out of that dirty air and take a chance and see if maybe now you can try to re-bridge a gap. To maybe, by the time at the end of the pit cycle, you're ahead of those cars and you're in clean air. Maybe that's a net quicker move for them. The 1 exiting the pit lane, we see the 514 now in. The 22, do not believe that they're on the dry tires, but going faster with every lap. Octavian Robu, the pole sitter, is cruising around this racetrack. It does show that they've made 1 pit stop, but I believe that is their pit from the start.
I would assume so.
I believe if we
yes.
go to the base, yeah, they are still on the wet tire in that car. So, yeah, that is one nice thing as well about this new UI that I am using is I can actually see who's made a pit stop, when, and for how long they spent in the pit lane. It's a nice little feature that I can see. So, for example, Robu, and it's why I suspected it was not an actual pit stop, is the fact that the pit time was 23 seconds because that's how long it keeps you locked at the start of the race. Meanwhile, though, we've actually seen 33 seconds spent on the pit lane in the pit box for the 513 and the 1. So perhaps both of them with some damage to repair, electing to do so.
805 dives in.
And spent some time. The 805 coming in. That's going to be an undercut move. You would have to imagine to try to see if you can close the gap to the 717. Maybe it was one of those of do what the other doesn't. And whenever Lucas Schubert elected to stay out, Chris B and the Flyboys said, "All right, it's our time to come in." Now remember, you only get 2 dry sets for this race, and so coming in now at 3 hours 13 remaining, you're making this stop. Do you think you can make it on 2 more stops to the end? Yeah, probably likely, but you will have to double stint at least one of these stints, no matter what. Prolong that the race does stay dry, I should say. Spending some time there on the pit lane, though, is the 805, waiting to see the car get rolling. Currently at 60 seconds delta in the pit lane. Car is rolling there, though. You can see now coming towards the pit lane exit. They're going to disengage the pit limiter. They spent 32 seconds in the stall, 43 seconds total. And there's a 70-second pit delta there. Long pit lane here. It's the 421 is in, the 94 is in, the 208 is in our GT4. But meanwhile, Lucas Schubert staying out once again with the wet tires, trying to hold that lead for as long as he can. Obviously does not feel the pressure to have to stop now and get onto those dry tires. We'll have to see just how it gets going now for the cars that have pit. Let's jump back with the 513, go to the onboard shot here and see, now that we've had some time for the tires to get up to temp, just how well is this car getting along.
You can visibly see now the dry line actually forming, and you can see where people aren't running, it's visibly wet still. Probably not any standing water, but the track's not really the area you want to touch there. It also seems with the 208 pit that they changed drivers to their second driver.
A 150.1 there for the 513, so not any slower than where they were prior to the pit stop. That was actually just a 10th off of their best time in the race. So at least it's not slower at the current moment to be on the dry tires. But maybe that's another aspect that Lucas Schubert and the 717 Honey Badger team are pulling, is that maybe they see it as the longer we run on these wet tires, the less we have to run on that double stint tire. You kind of reverse engineer it with the race. You go onto a dry set of tires, you run, a full stint, and then basically you just reverse it from there of, okay, well, we know we need 75 minutes of fuel, an hour 15, hour 10 or whatever, that's how far we can make it. So at an hour and 10, let's pit. And actually in comes the 717, right as I was talking about it. But perhaps going these 2 extra laps for them could come back to mean that they'll have 2 or 3 laps fresher tires at the end of the race to just be that much quicker.
Now, has the 42 pit yet, or?
The 42 has not pit, the 993 has not pit, the 991 has not pit, and the 29 has not pit. Everyone else has made their stop.
Interesting. Looking at the track back now, it's just the gap to them.
Yes, the 42 has yet to perform their pit stop. They were P3 prior to the pit cycle. I would suspect that they would be there as well. I can actually go into the prediction here and add a pit stop onto them. And so if we were to add a pit stop right now for the 42, the projection would actually have them coming out behind the 22 car. If they were to make their stop now, which I actually see that as just about fitting. That's about a 75-second gap, so they'd be just behind 22. They would be about 2 seconds behind the 22, it says right now, if they were to pit this lap. So that shows the pace of the 22 after starting from the pit lane. They're now projected inside of the top 3. Of course, they're making their pit stop currently, though. And so that will move them back outside of that comfort zone. 991 in, 993 in as well. So we're still now waiting on exclusively the 42 to make their pit stop. Well, and the 69 as well, actually. They have not made their stop either. The fastest lap of the race, by the way, was taken by the 513, first car to the dry tire set. So that does showcase just where we're sitting, is 148.0, 7/10 quicker than any other lap set in this race. So shows where the pace is sitting, shows that the dry tires are where you want to be. The 805 ran a 148.6 on his last lap around. Chris B. Lucas Schubert has exited the pit lane and is still in front of the 805, but the gap has closed actually quite tremendously prior to where they were before and after the pit stop. It would seem that Lucas Schubert has lost, I would have to estimate, about 10 seconds in staying out those couple extra laps. The 805 has actually closed the gap quite a bit, down to just 12 seconds now between those two. Go ahead and we'll redo this prediction here now that everyone's made their stop. If we were to add a pit stop to the 42, it actually would project that they would remain in the lead at the moment. So the 42, they're still pushing on, still have yet to make that pit stop, and they could perhaps have a big enough gap to not lose a spot. Let's see. I'm going to let everyone cross the line here. Let the 717 and the 805 cross the line, because I feel like that's got to be wrong. But maybe it just needs to update where the timing is after at the start-finish line. Let's see. Let's go ahead and click it now. Yes, so they would actually come out in P2 now for the 42. They could jump a spot on Crispy and the Flyboys car if they were to stop now, it suggests, so long as they were to have a good stop. Disqualification for car 64. That's a new one to see. It's an all-black thing on the line. Is that due to perhaps missing the stop go 30? I think that was the car that had that stop go 30 that they needed to serve. Perhaps they could not clear it in time and lost out. 78, Simon Bauer now fastest, a 146.5. Fast car on the track by over a second that last time around. Really flying on the new tire set. Still yet to make the pit stop. The 42, Sebastian Elmstrom up front. Cruising along in the Lexus on those wet tires. At this point, the track is definitely in a dry state. You can see that, I mean, the track is dry. So perhaps they are taking that full function of, okay, let's just go as long as we can on these tires while we can do it. Unfortunately, this timetable does not actually show lap times for you guys. I just want to see if it showed what everyone's lap time was for their fastest, so you can see it similar to what I see on this timing booth. Surprisingly, I mean, again, with how hot the track is at 30 degrees Celsius, the fact that it's now completely dry, I feel like you would want to pit and get off these tires as soon as you can. I mean, surely this car is not fun to drive right now, and surely these tires are overinflated. 42 is going to have to dive into the pit lane here. Yep, there he comes. I was about to say, I don't think you could go much further on that. Back to this 3-horse race, though. The 514, the 22, the 993 here, all within 1 second of each other, fighting for position. On camera again. Lucas Schubert now goes fastest. At the top with a 145.1. Once again by a full second beating the lap time. Seems like everyone's just trying to best each other, and they're not trying to do it slightly. Rain lights are not mandatory at this point in time, no. Oh, bit of contact there as the 22 was trying to make his way through. Got into the back, it looked like, of the 993, and then the 514, which we're watching here, then made a little bit of contact with the 22 as well. They all get through the corner just fine as we are going around the lap McLaren there. Oh, that's a door check, and around goes the McLaren. I want to rewatch that from an outside camera. Ooh, that's going to be a rough one there for race control to the side. Obviously, we can't see all that much from that quick camera shot. Who necessarily moved into who, but that will have to be something that'll be watched back for and see necessarily who hit who, because that's obviously a lap down car. Oh, that's a sharp defensive move there from the 993. Not trying to lose 2 positions for 1 right there. Oh, that's an aggressive bit of blocking. Guys are giving us a heck of a show here with everybody kind of running different paces. Obviously, 22 on another level compared to these two at the moment. Again, those are pole sitter car, who the only reason why they did not start in first because they started from the pit lane. And it's showing. You know, we're coming up on an hour into this race, and they are full push. Looking to the outside now. Down towards turn 5. That's a bold move if you're going to try to make it. He makes it stick, though. Can he keep it off of turn 6? Just barely on the island. Keeping it defensive down towards this. Oh, that's a dive bomb, though, from the 993. Back and forth with these two. It won't stop for the Aston Martins. Besting each other at every opportunity that they can. What a move that was. That was a fantastic bit of fighting. Now back up the hill again, looking towards the chicane, staying defensive as the 993, just trying to find anywhere to go. The 514, he wants to get this move done. He wants to get through. He's tired of looking at the back of that Aston Martin. A new fastest lap, Tim Holtz in the 78. Although it still says that Simon Bauer is behind the wheel. Don't know why it said Tim Holtz is there. Simon is in the car at the moment. But Simon going fastest. Again, a 144.4. 0.6 quicker than the previous fastest lap of the race. They just keep on trying to be better than the other, and they're finding pace in large chunks. They're not getting slightly faster, they're getting majority faster. We're going to stay on board here with the Green Flag Racing 514 as they're trying to get through still on this 993. Does clearly show to be a little bit of a quicker car, but 993 fantastic with the defending, being aggressive at the right points. Oh man, it's maybe a bit naughty, but so far nothing too egregious. They've been making their moves kind of clearly, but it's also partly reactionary. I'll have to see if the 514 is feels as if maybe they're being wronged here. Maybe they're a bit too frustrated. Again, defensive from the 993. And try to peek around the left side. Not quite. I love watching these battles from these onboard cams because it just gives you a perspective of the moment there. Obviously, I know that most of us who will be here in the broadcast watching this, whether you're in the chat or not, obviously most of us, we do race, right? So I think that for us, watching it from these perspectives of on the camera, you can kind of get a little bit more of a mindset for what's going on the screen. And I really think that this is, at least to me, the best way to process what you're seeing on screen. Like the little call to action on the back bumper there. It says, "Don't kill me, but your advertisement could be here." Once again, trying to make any little bit of a peek that they can into braking of turn 7. Not going to be close enough to make a move here unless without some sort of major mistake. Not one made that time around. Popping the curbs, trying to get the best run that he can. Again, the 993 kind of keep it in the middle. Oh, there we go. That's a move to the inside. Not going to be able to make it stick, though. I think that was your opportunity if you were going to try to launch it. That was where you needed to make it move. 993 opened the door for you for the first time in like 5 laps. Not quite close enough was the 514. And so, going to stay in the tow down towards 14, 15. And see if they can't get a run down towards turn 1 instead. Got to set up the corner exit perfect. 993 gets off a little bit better. It's going to bridge the gap out, and now you're not close enough whenever for a turn 1 move, I don't believe. Unless you send it around the outside, making it stick. What a move. This 993 had a bit of a bobble there too. And through is the 514. Finally been trying to make that move for laps and made it stick right there. 993 went a little bit defensive into turn 1, and they are like, I will take it. We're going around the outside, and we're going as far around the outside as we can, almost off the racetrack there. But what an awesome move and a fantastic conclusion to this battle. Just keeping it on the racetrack there. And again, the 993, a little bit of a wiggle on the exits. And yeah, that was awesome. Nicely done by those two drivers. Being able to resolve that incident cleanly at the very least. But now is now the 993 back through on the 514? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The 514 had an off down here. Turn 11, catching a bit of the inside curb, onto that outside curb. Oh, and off they went. They finally got the position back, and then they throw it away at the first opportunity. Man, that is such an unfortunate move. And now they have to recontest back for this position all over again. The frustration inside that car has to be boiling at this point. Oh, that's a big move. Oh, that's a huge defensive cut as well. But around the outside is going to go the 514, and I think that was a bit of a naughty block. That was a bit of a naughty block. I want to see it again. Oh, we couldn't go back far enough. It was a bit of a naughty block there from the 993. Fortunately, no contact made, and through went the 514 once again. Now back into that position. And hopefully for their sake, they can now hold on to it and not lose it again. Just down the hill here, especially with lap traffic now on the way at the 94. Lexus in front. And that's death. That is death. as once again Simon Bauer goes quicker, a 143.9. But I want to see once again what happened here between the Aston and the Lexus. We were just saying, you got lap traffic in the way. The Lexus in the brakes. It appears as if the Lexus was trying to get out of the way, but that specifically is why within our rules we don't have mandatory blue flags. That's why you do not try to get out of somebody's way, especially on the racetrack. 514 with damage, and I'm sure going to be reporting that incident to the stewards. The 94 there just seemed to unexpectedly slow down and really not anywhere for the 514 to go. They were on the racing line for the most part there. So definitely not an ideal situation. I think with that, this battle is going to conclude for at least a short period of time. We're going to take our normal break that we would have taken in an hour, but the action was just too much fun going on there. Welcome in Danish Alonso to the Twitch chat. We're going to just take a quick 3-minute break, go and let us all top off our waters and reset, and we'll be back for hour number 2 of the 4 hours of Imola. We'll see you in a minute. And we are back. A little bit of an extra break there, but we are back. And the 514 once again got through on the 993 after that battle died down. It actually picked back up while we were at the break, and then we came back and through was the 514. But up here is this gaggle of cars. You got the 3 McLarens, a Porsche trying to peek their way through in the back. You got second overall in this gaggle of cars. I'm not really sure what's going on here. They are all over the place, though. Let's get a helicam in the middle of this just gaggle of race cars. How after an hour and 15 minutes of racing, we've ended up with half the field in one spot of the racetrack. And actually, I mean, you see here, this is third place, trying to close the gap on second. 4 seconds the gap, at least as of the Sector 3 timing line. And we're actually looking now. I mean, you just have these lap cars in the way that they got to get through, and there they are now. The gap is down to 3 seconds.
Oh, looks like the Porsche in the background under the grass in the mirror.
Yeah, you seem to kind of want to get out of the way, but maybe you get out of the way too far. That's a big move from Simon Bauer trying to get through on the 69. Maybe a little bit of a bully there, but does get his way through, and is now just got one car between him and the 805, and it is our defending champions, the number 1 DSRT car. So at least a car that's going to have some competent speed, at least compared to these top guys. Of course, down the field right now due to incidents earlier on, with the spin that they had at turn 1, but does have the pace to be up there. We can see it within the lap times. They are on pace with some of these top guys up front. But the 78 has been the hard charger. Ever since the transition to dry, they've been the quickest car on the track pretty consistently. They've set the fastest lap, I think, 4 times in the last 10 minutes, or 15 minutes. So they are consistently getting quicker and quicker and quicker in the 78 Reader Engineering eSports BMW. Simon Bauer really coming into his own with the dry racetrack here today. Gonna have the tow here from the McLaren down the front straightaway. That might actually help him maybe close that gap just a little bit more towards the 805. Currently 3.5 seconds. 2.8 now at the start finish line, and we'll see if they try to make a move into turn 1. McLaren's pulling to the left. It means they're going to give up the position. I'm sure that is much appreciated from Simon Bauer, and also nicely done from the 1 car letting them through. And now you can see the next car in front. That's the car he wants to hit. That's the car he wants to find. That's where he needs to be. It's P2 just up the road. 42 car down to P4 after their pit stop, of course. And the 22 all the way up to 5th after starting in the pit lane. Obviously, it still shows the net 4 loss from the start of the race for them, as they did technically start in P1, but if you count it as they started in last from the pit lane, they would have started in 19th, which would result in them currently being up by 14 spots, and that would be the highest. But the 514 up 12 spots after starting 18th, so shout out to them with the big moves as well. And now, just like that, 1 lap later, the gap is nothing. On the rear bumper of the 805, which is showing the 25 on the livery. I believe that's because it's kind of like a rip-off scheme of a real-life scheme. So I believe that's what that 25 is kind of referencing, would be the real-life car. The 805 now just up the road, 0.3 of a second. We're within a car length now for Simon Bauer, and again, just showing the pace difference in these cars. A 144.4 last time around. Meanwhile, Chris B in the 805 ran a 146.5. So we're looking at 2 seconds difference last time around. There's the nose, bit of contact, and around goes the 805. No, that's not how you wanted to see that battle end. 805 puts it in reverse to get off the racing line there. Oh, almost though, got back into the racing line with the Porsche. That's not how we wanted to see that end. That's not how we wanted to see that go. I was hoping to see these two kind of fight it out for a lap or two, but unfortunately, first attempt at an overtake here from Simon Bauer and a bit of contact made. Let's see if the Helicam offers any different perspective on it. There was not really much of an overlap there for a move to be made. Definitely a dangerous one from the 78. Be curious to see with maybe a couple other camera angles for race control. It's also a bit of an unsafe rejoin there from the 805, kind of pulling in front of the Porsche. Curious to see what race control will think of that incident, as I'm sure they'll have other camera angles to peek. Now the team car for the 514. We saw the 993 and the 514 fight for a long time. It felt like it was the entirety of this race. Now the team car, a sister car, the 513, now catching up to the 993 and duking it out. They immediately make contact at first chance, all the way around the outside, kind of using off the runoff there to keep the position, and at least keep the ability to defend down towards turn 14. Oh, and there's a bit of a crossback, more contact down the inside. Imola is proving challenging for these drivers to keep it clean, and the 513 will cruise away with that position, as the 993 really struggling to find pace right now. Been one of the slowest cars on the track for the last few laps, and it seems as if that trend may continue, losing a lot of time here over the last few laps. It's only been an hour and 20 minutes. My voice is already starting to hurt. This has been a event-filled first section of this race. We're about a third of the way through. We're getting into the second third now, and I'm at a point where I'm ready to go take a nap. This has been drama-filled. So we saw these pit stops occur for these drivers, and I don't know exactly how far that they are able to go on a stint here, but taking a look, I would suspect I would suspect to see them probably run 70 odd minutes. I think that's what we saw in our 12-hour a couple years ago. Of course, there's been BOP changes, but I expect to see 70 to 75 minutes run, and that means that we'll probably see pit stops coming right around the hour mark, or just shortly after the hour mark here. So in about 40 to 45 minutes, I would suspect to see pit stops happen once again. But obviously this 42 car, which we're currently riding with, they were the last car to stop and come onto the dry tire set, so perhaps they can go that little bit further before the pit stops do occur. And it's also going to be a bigger question of, when do you double stint? Are you going to double stint now, or are you going to double stint at the end? So it's going to need to happen, provided that the rain doesn't come back. You're going to have to. And I mean, for me, it's almost worth it to push the double stint on for as late as you can. Right now, run this tire, kill this tire, and then put on a tire at your next stop and run that just in case if it rains, because then you don't have to double stint, and so you don't want to artificially double stint your tire if you don't have to. Because then, if you double stint one side of tire and then it rains again for the rest of the race, well, now you didn't need now you didn't use your second set of tire. So you kind of double stinted without needing to. So for me, I think you use up your tire sets while you have them right now, just because the threat of rain existing is there. You don't want to take a chance of missing out on fresh rubber.
There's a McLaren in the gravel trap there. I didn't see which one. Be orange.
Let's see if I can get this to work with this speed trap. I want to see if I can put up a speed trap. Just to see what cars are running as they cross over the line. I know it's possible. Maybe it's a part of this. Yeah, okay, here we go. So I'm going to set up a speed trap right now in turn 1. And then basically we're going to watch everybody come by their next couple times through. And we'll see what type of speeds that these cars are carrying, and it'll give us kind of a general gist for where to expect who's running more downforce, who's running less downforce, and stuff like that. See, I mean, here we're getting 260, 265 kph there down into turn 1, whereas we're seeing earlier the Aston that we were riding on board with, I believe it was only hitting 258 by the time of the braking zone. Very unique track the Imola circuit is. Ryan, I'm not sure if you have much experience here. I know you said that you obviously don't own this track in this game, but do you have any experience at the Imola circuit on other games, whether it be Project Cars 2 or R Factor or Assetto Corsa or iRacing?
I've done it on Assetto. I've done it with the Formula Hybrid mods from RSS. Done it a few times. I've done it in P Cup, Porsche Cups. That's about it. I don't have much experience here, but I know the track. I've also done it in the F1 game.
Would you consider it a track that you generally enjoy in terms of its layout and the way that you have to approach it?
It's definitely unique compared to a lot of different tracks. There's a mix of turns, slower, fast, medium speed, elevation changes in some points like Aqua Minerale. So if you drive it in the wet, like I have in some games, you can definitely feel the sliding around or like even the smaller elevation changes. So it is a fun track. I'd say it is a good one to drive, and yeah, I'd say it's one I would like.
Definitely, it's a unique circuit. I would have to say, in terms of just overall the way that this track exists and the way that you do kind of have to approach it. It's very unique, and it's definitely one of the staple tracks to me of the European calendar. You think of the tracks that exist, and you have Spa, you have Monza that people typically would lean towards, you have the Nürburgring, both the GP and the full circuit, and then like Imola is within that kind of party of, like, to me, the high praise European circuits. Imola is in that crown for me.
Yeah, I'd say it's up there as one of the more pinnacle tracks of the European calendar. It's definitely a historical one for Formula 1. Previously hosting the San Marino Grand Prix.
Yeah, and obviously the history behind it with Ayrton Senna. Of course, this was the final track that he ever drove at, and so for a lot of people it does hold a certain memory due to that. Obviously that's why the chicane in turn 1 is currently featured. Was after his incident. There is a just outside of turn 1 there is a sculpture there, like a statue for Ayrton Senna. I do believe that it is featured in the game. I don't remember exactly where it's located, but I do believe that in game they do have it modeled in there. We'll have to see if we can find that maybe a bit later on in the broadcast. But yeah, it's definitely a iconic racetrack, both in past and in modern lore. Something to look at here, and I'm looking through with the speed trap data. So the way that it's set up is it reads the cars from the sector 1 timing line through turn 2, 3, and into 4. Is the way that it reads, or not the sector 1 time, the turn 1 timing line. So basically it reads them for about 10 seconds, I'd say. Maybe 7 to 10 seconds.
There is a yellow for the 94.
Yes.
Was stopped on track.
Lexus has been really struggling keeping the car on the island today. Obviously, they find themselves down in 14th at the moment. And the fastest goes to 78 once again. The car, again, just goes faster and faster, it seems like, every single lap. Why did my cursor just show up on the stream? Oh, that's why.
Oh, and into the grass and a little bit of gravel there. Again goes the 94, wide through that turn. I forget its name.
Turn 7, that is Tossa. I believe that's how you
Tossa?
pronounce it. Tossa or
Tosa?
Tosa. T-O-S-A. Apologies
It's
to
probably
the
Tosa.
Italian. I do not know how to properly pronounce that, actually. I don't know, because I would think Tossa would be 2 S's. So I
We're
would
gonna
see it
have
as
to-
Tosa. But yeah, the 94 really struggling here to get around the circuit.
Ooh.
Maybe a bit overheated on the tires there. Again, continuously faster. Simon Bauer, just this BMW hooked up right now, closing the gap to the leaders by a couple tenths every lap. Obviously not dramatic, but it isn't impossible for them to reel in onto Lucas Schubert within, I would say, about an hour's time. As we were going with the speed trap thing, again, with how it reads is once you cross the timing line, we'll go on board here with the 78 to kind of show what it's doing. So it will start the reading. We'll get through. There's the finish line, turn 17. So it goes from here's turn 1. It starts here, and then it reads you all the way down through this braking zone, through the left, through the right, and then it stops here, just after the exit of turn 3. And so it's interesting because you get the top speed, obviously the fastest part of the racetrack, but then you also get through the corner, and it reads that. And so you can kind of get a rough feel for how certain cars are handling just based off the speed that they can carry through that sector. And something that stands out to me, so we had the 717 up front. They ran 260 through the speed trap that last time around. The 78 here ran a 259 at the speed trap. The 805 ran 261, and the 42 ran 263. And then the 22, and this is where it stands out to me, the Porsche ran 252 kilometers per hour. So everyone's within a couple kilometers an hour, 260, 261, 263, so on. But then you have 8 kilometers an hour down is the Porsche. And I was like, okay, well, maybe they're just running a high. But then you look at the 421, they're identical. Also 252 through the speed trap. So the Porsches just do not have the legs in the straight line compared to the other cars. But then what's also interesting is that then you look at where the minimum speed is, and the Porsches are also slower at the minimum speed. We have 121 minimum speed for the 717. You have 120 for the 42. You have 112 for the 78 last time through. The 22 and the Porsche ran 113 as the minimum speed. So they're kind of on the lower end for where your minimum speeds are getting through turn 1. And then your average speed through 1, 2, and 3, the average speed is more than 10 kilometers an hour lower than the average speed for Lucas Joubert in the 717. So it's really interesting to see where they're finding that time where the Mercedes is not only faster in a straight line, but also faster through the corner at this racetrack. And that's really, really curious to me through the turn 1 speed trap. Of course, we can put the speed trap anywhere we want. So if we wanted, we can throw it into turn 7, and we can see how it reads their speed going down the hill through the double apexer and then back up the hill. Which again is a fantastic little feature. I absolutely love this little bit of data that you can look at, because it just gives you a really unique aspect and a really unique way to look at the racetracks. Like for example, right there, the 78 was at 185 just prior to the braking zone. Its minimum speed was 104, and it took 124 as the average speed through the corner. And we'll see here in shorts, as the 805 is coming through this section now, 173 at the trap, 97 is the lowest speed, with 121 as the average speed. So slower through that section. We now see here the 4th place car and the 42 going through it, and they see the same type of lower max speed, lower minimum speed, lower average speed. Actually, interestingly, so this 42 actually had a lower top speed going in there, but actually had a higher average speed through there than even the 78 did. And the highest average speed now goes to the Porsche through the corners, so it shows where the grip comes for this car, having 177 as their top speed there, but 124.8 as the average speed through the corner. So again, a little bit of an interesting bit of information that you can learn from these speed traps as to who's got their car set up for where on the racetrack. And at the moment, we're seeing the BMWs have their car set up for mid-speed corners, so the chicanes of turn 2, 3, 5, and 6, turn 8, and then like 14, 15 at the end of the lap. Then you got the Porsches, which are set up for the tight sections, so turn 7, turn 9, 10, 11, 12, maybe even turn 2, 3 as well. And then you have the Mercedes, which is set up in a position where it is good at high speed. So it's good through the top speed, it's good through turn 2, 3, it's good through 5, 6, but it doesn't really have the grip anywhere else. So it's really interesting seeing the difference in the cars, even amongst just these. And actually, as we're talking, there goes Lucas Joubert taking back the fastest lap, the 143.8. Just barely getting quicker, so it's a 143.857 taking the fast lap for Lucas Joubert. Meanwhile, Simon Bauer ran a 143.880, so only 3/100th of a second quicker, but it is quicker, and it is a new purple lap for the Lucas Joubert number 717 Honey Badger by Cryonics Racing Mercedes-Benz. That's a handful, or a mouthful, I should say, to say. So we look back through the incident. So there was one penalty point given to the 991 for moving under braking heading into turn 7. The 991 declared as staying to the outside of the corner, but then whenever the 421 made a move to the inside, 991 moved back across to make a block. Then on exit, the 991 forced the 421 off the racetrack. I believe we watched that on the stream. We made a slight comment about that. So one penalty point, no in-game penalty, nothing punishing, but it is a driver penalty awarded for the move. We see avoidable contact penalty to the 201 being awarded, one penalty point for driver Jaisu. Sorry if I'm pronouncing that terribly. A 15-second time penalty for avoidable contact as the 201 caught the curb on the inside of turn 3, made contact with the number 1 car. 421 was also caught up in the incident, trying to avoid it. And then a warning to the car 993 for blocking made a formal move that they made multiple moves to defend on the straightaway, and so it is a formal reminder from Ethan Lawrence and Race Control that you can make one defensive move per straight, not more. There was a report of an incident, but incident could not be found at turn 9. I actually do that. I have to assume is that incident we were seeing with car 94 and 514, where the 514 made contact with the lap-down car. I have to imagine that is what that incident would be reported for. Hopefully all of you who are watching within the Twitch and YouTube chat are enjoying watching it back via VOD. We appreciate you all being here. Those of you who are in the race, we appreciate each and every one of you. Anybody who does perform their driver swaps in this race, and if they want to come give a little bit of a perspective on the wet racetrack at the start, we will more than welcome you in the commentator's booth. Just join the waiting room on the Discord, and we'll more than be happy to have you in.
Breathe.
We're going to go on board here with the GT4. I'm going to pull up the speed counter for this car. That's something that is, again, interesting to see. And the difference in speed between the GT3s and the GT4s. Obviously, we have just the one GT4 on the racetrack. And again, shout out to him for making it last. We're seeing 260 was the top speed for the GT3. What is the top speed we see in the GT4? 240 there. It's about 241 was the top speed there prior to the braking zone. And again, if we go off those metrics that we had earlier, basing on what was going on in turn 1, the average speed through the turn 1, 2, 3 complex is 15 kilometers per hour slower in GT4 than it is in GT3. It gives you a bit of a pace difference for average speed.
And fresh out of race control, the 78 has a 10-second time penalty for avoidable contact of the 805. And 1 penalty point awarded to Bauer.
I believe that would be for the incident that we saw on stream whenever they were fighting for P2 for temporary, where the 78 made a bit of an aggressive move down into turn 9 and 10. I would have to say I personally probably agree with that race control ruling there. Definitely was an aggressive move, and the 805 definitely saw the worst of that.
Yeah, it just looked like not the greatest place to, position the car into, what was it, Aqua Minerale. And, yeah, when you don't put in good position, sometimes stuff happens, and that happened in that case. As I believe that is a pass for position overall with the 69 over the GT4.
That it is. The GT4 is no longer ahead of a GT3. Well, it's ahead of the GT3s with DNF, but it's no longer on track ahead of a GT3. I'm sure that feels good for the 69 team to no longer be behind GT4s.
Yeah, and then you can see the speed differential through the first part of Sector 1 where the GT3 just goes, and you can see the gap being created in only a single sector, really.
I really have to question how much damage is on the 69 car, because I'm looking again at that speed trap. Their top speed was identical. And it has been for a few laps. The 69 only reaches 240 kilometers an hour on the straightaway. It is quicker through the corner, but
Could
it's
be high downforce.
I mean, that's really, really high downforce to be 20, 30 kilometers down on
Yeah.
other.
Could have been a wet setup they had where they just wanted to really crank it down and have a rake and everything, so that way it actually grips to the track.
Yeah.
That's one possibility I can think of, or as you say, it could be damage.
I kind of I'm going to hop on board with this car now. I want to see, like, firsthand, like, how much speed are they carrying down in turn one, like, as we ride on board.
Could also be that they're not pushing it all that hard.
It says 240 kmh is their top speed. I feel like surely they got to be beating that. I mean, they're already at 220 here. So maybe it's just misreading.
241.
Let's see what it says whenever they come across here.
253.
Yeah, maybe it's just misreading, because there's like the average speed is updating, and their minimum speed is updating, but their top speed is not. It just is stuck at 241. So perhaps there's a little bit of an issue going on. So we just saw
As
pop
the
up.
78 sets the fastest lap again, taking it up even faster. The progression of the time that was the fastest lap has been steadily going lower and lower and faster throughout the race.
I believe that's 4.5 tenths faster than the 717. I mean, we saw Bauer had there was a 143.88, and then Schubert came through and put a 43.85 in, barely beating him for the fastest lap. And then Bauer's like, no, that ain't happen, and just came and just crushed it again, 4 tenths faster. I mean, it's insane. Every time they set the fastest lap, they're setting it by 4 tenths of a second every time. It seems like they can't just beat it by a tenth. No, they gotta beat it by half of a second. Actually, we're gonna look down here. There's a fight for position here. The 29 is gonna be looking to the inside of the 1, perhaps, and trying to get by here for the top 10. We also have the fight between the 299 Racing Team. Aston's just up the road, with one of them having a 10-second time penalty. We'll cut over to that fight here in just a second. I agree, Zvanya. The number 1 is the best, because that's why they have number 1, because they won the championship last year. Although they've not had the best of luck so far through the Spring Endurance Series, unfortunately. You see here the 2 black Aston Martins side by side, actually letting the other one through the 993 there. The 991 gets through, but then drives off the racetrack. Oh man, these cars have not had the most comfortable of days, it seems. Anytime that one of them tries to make a move, it seems like the other one is making a mistake. Not been a comfortable ride in those cars. At least the 1 has got the livery fixed this time, so I'm here. At least you guys got that fixed. Because at Bathurst, you were still running the livery from the BMW, and it was also there during qualifying, but now for the race, we do have it fixed. It is the proper livery on the one car. It's not the weird glitch camo. Looking around the outside, that's a big move for the 29. Not going to make it stick around the outside, though, as the one will defend. We'll go from the look-back camera here with the rear wing overlooking. I'm gonna lay back a little bit in my chair now and start to relax for the next 2 hours of this race. Warning to the driver of the one who we're currently on board with. Lap 39 before turn 11, the one was defending against the 421. They had made a move down the straight and then moved back to the racing line. The braking zone, the one then tried to block the 421 from making a move but made slight contact. There was no time loss from the incident, but the next one will be a penalty. Warning for moving under braking for the one team.
Yep, citing from 4.7 of the rule book about only making one move.
That any driver moving back toward the racing line having earlier defended their position offline should leave at least one car width between their own car and the edge of the track on the approach to the corner. And obviously,
29 had a bit of a run there.
Race control felt that wasn't left, but yes, the 29 going side by side down towards turn 1, looking to the inside here. There's lap traffic in the way as well. It's going to compromise, boxing him out, taking advantage of the pick. Little bit of contact at the apex. And through turn 2 they go, and just like that, the Aston Martin is through. Fantastic use of the lap traffic there to both have the run, and then gets through on the 201 before the turn 5-6 chicane, and that's going to bridge the gap out even more, making no chance for a challenge from the one. That was an absolutely fantastic maneuver there to use the lap traffic to your advantage under braking. Kind of make it where the one had no chance to really challenge you around the outside. You know, it was kind of, we're going to force your hand of either you back out or we're just going to take the position anyways type of move there. There was no way the one could win in that situation. And that's taking full advantage of your opportunity there for that 29 team. Race control has made an official warning there if you want to read that off, Ryan.
Yes, so reminder of Section 4, Article 8, we will have been seeing many incidents.
Yeah, Ethan messed up some English there.
So
he had to do it. There
many
you
incidents where drivers have not been alongside but trying to make moves. We've also been seeing a lot of moving under braking and blocking. Keep it clean, racers. And then citing 4.8 of the rulebook, definition of alongside, which is one or more of the front tires of the following car is level with at least one of the rear tires of the leading car before the lead car turns in for the next corner.
Which is... It's slightly different than what some people rule as alongside. In some cases, they expect to be half the car alongside, or they expect it to be one of the tires is ahead of the rear tires, stuff like that. We like to try to be a little bit more forgiving for moves, in the sense that we like to consider alongside being any kind of overlap for the most part, as was mentioned there, of any tire alongside of a tire is considered an overlap. That's a pretty significant overlap. If you do have tires that are level, it's a couple feet worth of overlap, and so you do have right to that position of the track. But again, that's not exactly the definition typically. But even then, even with our kind of more relaxed rules for what is alongside, the race control director of Ethan Lawrence does feel that some people are maybe thinking that alongside means simply existing, means that you're automatically alongside of the car in front of you. So a little bit of a warning issued amongst the drivers. We're starting to see some pit stops unfold here. The 991 just stopped in. We also have on the pit lane the 94, and I believe we saw someone stop a lap or two ago. So we're watching here the 513 maybe make a challenge on turn 1. On the 1, looking around the outside, another Aston Martin filling up the rear mirror of that McLaren. I'm sure at a certain point you gotta be tired of seeing all these Aston Martins trying to defeat you.
This battle between the DSRT and the GFR 513.
Oh, off is the one. Off is the one.
Yeah, just went straight on through Villeneuve.
Caught the inside curb there a little bit at turn 5 and spun off the racetrack. Of course, the camera was kind of focused on the 514 at the time, or the 513 at the time. But yeah, off went the one, and now behind the 513 they are. Hopefully not too much damage on that car, and they can try to at least keep it traveling in the right direction going forward. We'll see if there's any sort of steering lock issues as we go to the onboard shot.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have a little bit of a more draggy car on the straightaways now, which is normally the McLaren's strength, is the straight line speed. So it'd be interesting to see how it affects them over the rest of the stint.
Yeah, we'll see this time through on the speed trap how they compare to the 513, and then also the 514, who's just in front of them there. As yes, that's a fair shout. There is a battle for P3. That's a bit more interesting to look at the moment. I'll keep a track on where that speed trap is for those two. See if the one does have any sort of aerodynamic damage for the straight line. But yes, we have a fight for P3 overall. The 805 and the 42. These two are on the same pit strategy. They're on roughly the same overall goal as Lucas Schubert goes faster, taking it back again, barely taking the fastest lap by 1/100th of a second. There's a 1:43.395 for Simon Bauer fastest lap, and a 1:43.382 for Lucas Schubert. So just barely taking over the fastest lap position there is Lucas Schubert, now getting back on the purple. And as they went through the speed trap there the last time around, the one was down 4 kilometers an hour from where they were last time by. So a slight loss there for the one in terms of top speed, but could also be slightly aided by the lack of tow. Could be also changing that slightly. 42, meanwhile, they'll have full tow as they are chasing right behind the 805. Both these cars, again, will owe us a pit stop, I imagine, within the next 10 minutes or so. Big lot of tow down towards turn 1. Lex is going to go left, back to the right here. Going to try to get a good run up off of 3 and see if they can't make a move towards 5. Not quite going to get any difference over the 805. No advantage given. Now you back off. You take it slow through 5. You get a good run out of 6. Hope to get them in 7. Again, the BMW rolling it really smoothly. No move can be made here. Don't rush this move. It doesn't need to be done right now, but you do want to get through and try to get yourself into clean air prior to the pit stops.
Lexus looks like it really gains under braking there into Aquaman Raleigh.
Yeah, it was definitely very good rolling into the corner there through 9 and into 10. Lexus overall seems to also be a little bit more stable of a car. However, the Beamer is really rolling that mid-speed really well, like we were seeing from the speed trap earlier. The BMW really good at the mid-speed corner and the drive up off the corner, and that seems to be playing a hand here in this fight so far. The headlights still on for the 805. They appear to be on for the Lexus as well. However, they don't appear to be glowing like the 805s. It's kind of a curious difference between the two cars. You can see here just how much the slipstream matters, how much it closes that gap up down into turn 1, or down into turn 2. I keep on saying turn 1, but it is turn 2 officially. As we are coming up on the halfway point of the 4 hours of Imola, the final round of the Spring Endurance Series. We will be crowning a champion after this race, and based off of the pace that we're on track for now, the 717 Lucas Schubert and Ben Suzuki will be taking home that championship and the prize money at hand, which that will grant them the eligibility to drive number 1 if they so wish in the next championship.
And just to cut in quickly, it appears the GT4 just served a drive-through. Nothing in race control, so it's probably a actual game penalty, as one of the Lexuses there Lexuses? I don't know. Goes wide.
Yeah, we've never come to a consensus as to whether it's Lexuses, Lexi, or just Lexus, where plural is the same as singular. We've not come to a good conclusion. That's a huge run over the curb there in turn 15 for the 42, as the 805 actually dives into the pit lane there. So the battle is not going to proceed for long anyways, as the 805 is the first car of our top 5 to take to the new pit stops. They were also the first of the top 5 to take to the dry tires, so that perhaps playing into it as well. As we see him rolling into the pit stall ever so slowly, leisurely creeping his way in. The 29 Aston Martin, currently P8, also finding their way into the pit lane. And also in comes Ben Suzuki, or not Lucas Schubert in the 717, not looking to get caught out by maybe an undercut from the 805 this time, like what happened last time, where they lost 10 or 15 seconds on the pit lane due to the undercut. They're not looking to see that happen again, and they'll stop in right at the halfway point here. The 805 does appear to be rolling now. They're coming towards the end of the pit lane. A 34-second stop for them at the pit box. So back underway. You got to wonder who's putting on new tires and who is not at this stop. Because again, we have 2 dry tire sets. We definitely still have 1 more pit stop to the end of this race. So who is putting on their dry set, or a new set now, and who is going to run with the old set? Again, if you kind of reverse the race and you're looking at just over an hour per stint, you will have essentially a shorter final stint, or this stint be shorter, whichever one, but one of the 2 stints will be slightly shorter than the other. As we were mentioning there, Ben Suzuki is now into the 717, but it appears Simon Bauer has stayed in the 78. No, sorry. The 805 was who pit, not the 78. They did perform a driver swap as well. Mark Dizon into the car now. So we're seeing the driver swaps occur at the halfway point here. Of course, you must meet a minimum drive time of 60 minutes for each driver in the car. And in these cases, they have 2 drivers, so each driver must complete at least 1 full stint. And so by swapping at the midway point, you're kind of ensuring that you have no issues with the driver time. Ben Suzuki getting his first action of the Imola racetrack on the weekend, and try to see if he can reel this car in just as he has for the last 2 rounds and push on and take that checkered flag in 2 hours time.
Sorry about that, I'm back.
You're good.
That'd be. So the 717 was bouncing on the curbs there through Variante Alta. Look, it's been attacking it for most of the race and just bouncing off of the sausage, anti-cut, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's definitely, I mean, it's an aggressive anti-cut sausage curb in the first place at that turn 11, 12 chicane. And whenever you really kind of straight line it, it's going to be really aggressive, especially whenever you're on, fresh tires, because your tire pressure is going to be low. Track temp's kind of changing right now. You're going to really be struggling to get over that, and perhaps, maybe even cutting down the tires on that. We're still looking on here. So, of course, 78 will have to perform the 10-second time penalty. What is the actual gap, though, to the 42? Well, obviously still owes us a pit stop as well. It's not going to be enough to make that any interesting fight at all, I don't think. We still got to wait, of course, on the 42 to serve their pit stop. If we were to look now, the 42 making their stop, they would come out in front of the 805, it shows. However, I'm not sure if that's 100% correctly estimating where that the time is for all the cars, but it does show that the 42 will still jump the 805 right now in the pit lane. Something that is worth noting there, so the 805 spent 35 seconds stopped on the pit lane. The 717 spent 32 seconds stopped on the pit lane. We'll see now what Simon Bauer spends parked on the pit lane. I suspect we'll see a driver swap come here as well. Car is still sitting stationary at the moment for Simon Bauer. The 42 also onto the pit lane. So that's going to be the gap to watch there as the car gets dropped on the jacks. And I mean, I think that what we're gonna have to watch here is with this 42 car here, the PLR Lexus. Where is the 805 relative? They're coming through final chicane now. Still got 2 more corners and a little bit to go. The 78 spent 43 seconds parked on the pit lane there, so obviously damage that needed to be repaired. And the driver swap performed. Simon Bauer out, Tim Holtz in to the BMW for the Reader Engineering eSports.
.22, as far as I'm aware, still yet to serve their stop. So on track right now,
Ooh,
the leader is the 717, and then it's the 78.
interesting little thing here. The 42 pulled a quickie. They pulled a quickie. 23.1 seconds on the pit stop there for the 42 car. So under-fueled and did not change tires. Curious stop there by the 42. They are going to go to a fresh set of rubbers on their final stint now, we know. 23.1 seconds of stationary time for this car. Interesting.
Gonna be interesting if they can pull off their little bit of an alternative strategy towards the end and see if they can capitalize on it.
I mean, they're you know, obviously you're pushing it down the road for whenever you go to your fresh tire, but by pulling the short stop, they're going to force the hand, and they're going to be probably the first car to come back down the pit lane next time. The other thing that pulls is, look, they're 12 seconds up the road now from the 805. And of course, they were behind the 805 before the pit stops happened. So they jumped the position here, at least temporarily, and are now in that spot of trying to reel it back in for the 805. 42 into third now. Of course, as you mentioned with the 22, they had yet to serve their pit stop. They are performing it now, coming down towards the exit. How long did they spend stationary? That felt like a rather quick stop, but perhaps it was not. 74, 75 seconds on the pit lane. They spent 35 seconds stationary as well, so it was not all that quick of a stop for them.
But yeah, what the 42 right now is hoping for because of the underfuel is that there's no rain later in the race. They're basically putting a big gamble on it, and if it works, it can pay off, but what they're really hoping for is that the rest of the race remains dry.
Yeah, that's definitely, that's something that they're going to be pulling on. I think that the weather looks pretty good at the moment. If we go to these onboard shots here, and you kind of look up to the sky, obviously there's still cloud cover there, but you can see the sun poking through in the background, and it doesn't appear that it's going to be a dark, threatening rain, at least anytime soon, but you're definitely taking a huge bank on the fact that this race will remain dry for the remainder by pushing your fresh tire set down one more pit stop. I do believe that now that the pit cycles have transferred over, we will take another break here. It's going to be a 3-minute ad break for those of you on Twitch. Those of you on YouTube, you'll have radio silence. And for those of you who are subscribed via Twitch, you will not see ads. You will also just get some onboard crank it up time. And we will be back in about 3 minutes time to cover the second half of the GRG eSports 4 hours of Imola. Final round of the Spring Endurance Series. We'll see you in a minute. And we are back. We are watching the fight here at the 29 and the 991 begin to unfold. This is the fight for 10th. Anton here, of course, trying to reel their way back in. See the one lone Porsche there, the 421, in the middle of the sea of Aston Martins. Also just up the road by about a second, so this could quickly become a three-way fight for 9th. We are just waiting on. Yes, the Lexus decided to not make the corner, give plenty of room there to everybody. They've been trying to be as nice as they can on the blue flags. Obviously had that incident earlier on where there was the wreck that occurred, but they've been trying to play it as nice as they can and be as far out of the way of the cars that are coming to lap them as possible, but unfortunately it's not always working out for them. As we see a 145.7 there for the 29 car, trying to reel in the gap. 991 actually got really good straight line speed here, missing the braking zone just a little bit deep was the 29, managing to get the car back together though and pointed in the right direction. Rather, actually officially it felt like that they missed the braking zone by quite a lot, at least from the onboard cam. They obviously didn't miss it by too much. This car was able to go in the right direction. 421, we know that the Porsche are struggling in the straight line department. We saw that earlier by watching our speed trap. They be curious to see just how long they can stay up in front of these guys with traffic in the way. Something to note that happened while we were away. Ben Suzuki set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:43.672. The bar to meet keeps coming down. Everyone else everybody took a full service but the 42 car. Whether they changed tires or not, we don't know, but everybody did take a full 30-second service stop. So as far as we can tell, the 42 was the only one to not change tires and was the only one to not take a full tank of fuel at the last pit stop. Bold strategy call from that 42 team in that Lexus. We'll see if it pays off for them in the end. Gap continuing here to close. 29 just unable to really pull it all the way in, but we do see up in the distance that 421 Porsche continuing to get bigger and bigger and bigger in the windshield. This will very quickly be a three-way fight for 9th position here by the end of this lap. Oh, that's a bad exit there, up off of turn 10, a little bit too much of the curb. Is there going to be a shot under the braking zone? We've seen the 991 be aggressive under braking today. Not doing it there. Way too much of that apex curb, though. Big ol' slide up off of 12. But not going to lose a spot here still, but they are going to lose time to the Porsche. It seems like the quick spot for the Porsche is Sector 3. That's where all the time is for that Porsche. We'll go once again back to this cockpit cam here. You can actually see, so you see the mirror So we can get an image of what's going on with the Aston Martin behind, but also see what's going on with the Porsche and the Aston Martin in front. This is now shaping up to be a 4-way battle for 8th instead of a 3-way battle for 9th. We now have a 4-way fight for 8th. This is what we live for, eh? Did you just somehow... I think Ryan just somehow tagged a
Yeah,
voice channel?
You have to get the channel ID and then put it in like less than and more than signs, and then you have to actually put the thing, like the hashtag.
Really?
Yeah. Here.
You learn something new every day. Carino Sim Racing, thank you for the raid. 3 of you joining in. We appreciate you stopping by.
That's the format.
Man, you
I
learn
gotta
something
go
new every day. Ryan teaching me how to link people to specific channels. That's pretty cool, actually. Like, I didn't know you could do that with voice channels. I knew you could do that with, like, other channels. I did not know it worked with voice channels. Let's go to TV2 here. Side by side, the 29 looking to make a move. Gets it done and assuredly down into turn 1. Had the position done before the braking zone and just made sure to finish it off with a really efficient braking zone there. So now the 991 to the tail end of this train of 4 cars all battling for 1 position. Gotta love the endurance racing formula here. We'll go to this heli cam because it should show a pretty good image of the full battle throughout the entire race track. Those of you stopping in from the stream, be sure to follow, just hang out. We are happy to have you all here. One hour, 36 minutes remain in the 4 hours of Imola. Been an eventful one to this point, wouldn't you say, Ryan? We've had up and down battles, race control, having to step in. We've had some people questioning exactly what is and isn't alongside and what is and isn't an aggressive defensive move. We've had all sorts of eventfulness up and down throughout this race, and we're still only just over halfway through it. So we still have plenty of time left for more drama to unfold. The Porsche really going to struggle on a straight line here. Surely you want to get as much in the toe as you can. We know that you're down about 10 kilometers an hour in a straight line. And you can see it here. Like, look at the way the gap shifts for the Porsche. And you'll see it'll reel it back in by the time the exit of the corner here. But it really loses time and a gap down the main straightaway. You can see there the 29 actually fantastic through turn 3 and 4. And now right up towards the bumper of that Porsche. Looking to really going to try to fight and maybe get the position sooner rather than later. And go try to take the challenge to the 993 that's just up the road. Who actually gets a bad exit about at turn 7 there. Appears a little bit too much of the exit curb. And we have a true 4-way fight now. A little bit of a peek up the inside there for the 421. Porsche not quite aggressive enough under braking there to really make it stick, but maybe felt as if they had the run to try to make the move. It's where it's going to have to get done for the Porsche. I would have to imagine it's where it's the quickest is the run between turn 8 and turn 12. And the whole interior of Sector 2 and the start of Sector 3 is where this Porsche finds its speed. And of course, again, Sector 1 is where it loses all of its speed. This car just really does not have the straight line speed. We should see it right here. The 29 is going to have a massive run, all of the toe, going to peek out to the right side here, down the straightaway towards turn 1. See if you can get him under braking and make it stick. We've seen the 29 do this a few times. do it once again, right up to the rear bumper there. The 421 trying to give everything he could in defense, but unable to make it stick. And through goes to 29, another position done, feeding its way through this field and trying to get to the front of this train rather than the tail. Go back and we look here at the speed trap once again. 421 that last time by. 254 kilometers per hour. Oh, hold up. The 991 had a big old slide, managing to save that. They were side by side with the Porsche there and just kind of clipped the grass under braking. Big old slide. Does a nice job to keep that car pointing in the correct direction and to not have it in the barriers backwards. So easy to do at a racetrack like Imola, where you have grass that goes right up to the edge of the racing circuit, all around the circuit, and see it bite it right there with just a little bit of a clip of the grass. That's all it takes. Around goes the rear. Off goes the 993. That's going to make the move easy for the 29. Through turn 2, the 29 takes the lead of this train now. Meanwhile, a fastest lap set from the 513 with a 143.312, 3/10 quicker than the previous fastest lap in the race. And once again, track showing it's getting faster and faster and faster. I mean, you can already see the gap that's been built here by the 29. It's already done left the 421 3 seconds behind, as that's the wrong car. I didn't mean to click onto that one, but it's already done left this train of Astons and Porsches behind. The 993 slotting in third in this train now. That is the 805 BMW. That's our 5th place overall car at the tail end of this train now, who's surely going to want to try to get through this efficiently and cleanly in its efforts to run down the 22, who's just up the road. And then the 42, who obviously pulled out that short pit stop, currently, I would say, is in the favorable position out of these guys. He's actually still running competent lap times and is also up the field. I mean, he gained 10 seconds off of that short pit stop, and it is clearly working out for that crew so far. You can see just down the road there is the 717, who's coming up now to the tail end of this field to come and put them another lap down. Ben Suzuki has taken the reins of that Mercedes and has been pushing it on as hard as it can. See, the 78 is also kind of sitting on their own, but laps down is most of the field at this point. Only the top 3 find themselves in the same lap at the moment.
I'm back.
We have Ryan returning back to the commentary booth. 1 hour, 30 minutes remain in this race. We had a battle shaping up there for a moment, but it seems that it has died down just a little as the Porsche has kind of pulled a little bit of a gap away from the Aston Martin just behind. We have a interviewee in the booth. Bring him over. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
I apologize, I'm not most up to date with what everyone's Discord. Oh, the 421 has a big old slide there. I'm not the most up to date with what everyone's Discord tags is. If you can give an introduction for yourself.
Yeah, it's quite easy. We're in the GT4 car.
And
Number
991.
208.
That was a heck of a move around the outside there for the 421. But yes, so how is it running the sole GT4 in this race?
It's a little bit lonely, to be honest. But the car feels good. It's the first time for us actually racing a GT4 car among other GT3s. So we were looking forward to the experience of being the slower class car. And we're kind of to some degree able to fight some of the GT3s, which is quite fun. So yeah, it's good fun for us.
It's definitely, I mean, if this is, your first time running in kind of a multi-class setting, it's not much better practice to get thrown into a field where you're the only GT4, because
Yeah.
the GT3s here, I'm sure that they're not really of the mindset of even thinking of your race as they're running along, because they're only seeing you once every, 20 odd minutes. And so, in certain multi-class events, if you have 10, 15 of the slower class, kind of every lap you're going to see them. So you're kind of always thinking about them. Where in this case, I doubt these guys are thinking about your guys' line all the time. And actually, just right then, the fight that we currently have going on for 9th and 10th just came flying by you guys. It's been a sloppy fight between these two. And throwing a GT4 in the middle of it just makes it that much more fun, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure that it's good experience at the very least, running by yourselves. Of course, it's a free win in class as well, so you can't really argue with that.
True.
And currently ahead of the 94 Lexus, so you are even on track, currently beating a GT3, so you gotta feel pretty happy with that result as well.
Yeah, that's a massive success in our books. Let's see. I think there are 3 drivers on the Lexus, so I don't know if they will be able to catch us towards the end, but it's looking good so far. And yeah, just being in front of a GT3 on track, it's just amazing for us.
As we were talking here, the 29 would work their way up, I believe, to 7th place or 8th place there through the fight we were watching for about the last 20 minutes. Got a drive-through penalty for track limits and has had to serve that, and now back to 10th place they go as they'll try to re-rack their way back up the field. 4-2-1, and actually rather early if this is for a pit stop, a scheduled pit stop with an hour 24 remaining. I don't know how far exactly that the GT4 is going, but surely this is a 3-stop race for you guys as well, correct?
It's a difficult one. We obviously had to come in quite early because of the weather change in the first, I don't know, half an hour or something. We were running stints of around 90-minute length, and our driver just got in at, I think, 1 hour and 38 minutes left, so it's gonna be interesting. Maybe if we can save some fuel, we are able to go to the end. If not, it's just a quick splash and dash for us.
Yeah, definitely the transition of the rain, and at the moment that it happened, with it being about 45, 50 minutes into the race, where you kind of had to cut that first stint short or try to push on wet tires in the dry track, I'm sure made that a bit of a tricky decision early on in the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
And obviously it's coming back now, late in the race, for setting up the pit strategy for these drivers.
Yeah. But on the other hand, the rain was also a good help for us because we're, of course, limited to 2 sets of dry tires. And being able to run a wet compound at the beginning of the race made it a bit more of an easy task to go to the end on 2 sets of slicks.
Yeah, the tire restriction obviously is quite a strict one whenever you only have 2 sets to run, and you also have to factor in with practice if you do choose to run a lap in practice to swap drivers or whatever. That does count against you. So obviously it is quite strict, but in a 4-hour race, anything more than you could probably run a fresh set for each stint. So in an effort to try to get some double stinting in there, we kind of projected this as a 3-stop race or a 4-stint race. So with the ability to 2-stop it, if you could feel save a little bit. So we kind of projected that running with the 2 tire sets made it where no matter what, everybody would have to double stint their tires at least once, and in some cases twice. Creating just that little bit more of an interesting strategy call to be made in these races.
Yeah, definitely. We have made that experience before. We were taking part in your 6-hour race at Spa last year, I think. That was also the first race for us with such a tire limit restriction. It makes for quite interesting strategies on track.
Yeah, it's definitely it's what we want to throw in there with that number. Is just it mixes it up, right? There's plenty of these where you come into the race and you know exactly what the weather's going to be, you know exactly how it's going to go down. You get to run fresh set of tires at every stop. It's basically just hot lap for the entirety of the race. And obviously in real life you don't see that. In real life there are tire restrictions. In real life there's financials that get played into it. In real life there's a slight randomness to weather. Granted, you do have a better forecast than what we have with ACC, where it's kind of random every time you boot up the server. But you do get a forecast. Like for example, with the settings that we had programmed here, you can run a simulation of it, and it was 67% of the time it was a full wet session.
Yeah. 27%
of the time it was a mixed session, and 6% of the time it was full dry. And so the fact that our practice was full dry was the outlier. It was 6% of the 6% chance that we got to see that full dry practice session, and we got to see it. That was a bold move from the 717 getting through on the 805 there. Not sure, maybe there was some miscommunication between both parties, resulting in that slide. And then obviously here for the race, we saw a mixed session that was a 38% chance of that occurring, and that is what we ended up seeing. Full wet was at 60% chance, and in the race, if it were to be full dry, it was only a 3% chance. So not likely that we would have seen a full dry race here today.
Toby, as you are the only GT4 in the field, does it change kind of like the mindset of how hard you have to push, or how you drive at all, or are you just driving as if there were other cars in class?
Yeah, it does definitely change the mindset. I mean, we were hoping, but we didn't really expect to be racing at least one of the GT3s, but it does take the pressure off a bit. I think we would be taking it a bit more seriously if we had another GT4 car in our class. I saw that originally there was a Porsche Cayman GT4 registered for this race, which would have been nice to compare against. But I like this. It's just a pressure-free experience for us, being able to run the Mercedes on this track, which is quite helpful because we will be having a league race here at Imola in this same car, and we just saw it as a great opportunity to gather the experience of being the slower class car in a field among faster cars. So yeah, it's still very good for us.
And lastly, what do you think about the track conditions? Is the track feeling nice? Is it like how's the car feeling?
I have to say I got in at the point when the weather started to change to dry, so I got out on the slicks and experienced pretty much every track condition from damp to optimal. And I have to say the track improvement was amazing towards the end. Even though the tires had, I don't know, 75 or 80 minutes on them, you could still get some really good lap time out of it, even some green deltas there. So yeah, the track's just getting better and better. Of course, with the temperatures dropping, it should become a little bit faster even. Yeah, let's see where we will end up with our lap time gain. That's pretty much all I have to say.
We appreciate you for stopping in on the interview, and sorry about that. I was trying to catch something to eat while you were talking, and I forgot to mute it on stream. So apologies to
No problem.
those of you on the stream who just heard me chewing and playing with a bag. I'm sure that was not a pleasant sound. But yeah, that's we're glad to have you guys here, at least trying to show that the GT4 field does exist, and we hope that for future events we can see it get more and more populated. It was something we tried to do with the prize pool, was that it was given per class, but unfortunately, even with the per class points prize pool, that didn't really work for trying to get people to drive a GT4. As we hoped it would, because, I mean, literally a car showed up to 2 races, drove by itself for 2 races, and is going to win money just simply for driving, which is unfortunate. It would have been nice to have a little bit of a field to fight, but maybe in the next rounds we can see that.
Yes.
Good luck for the rest of the race, and yeah, maybe at the end of the race you can drop in and chat again.
Thank you very much. We'll see what we can do. Yeah, maybe we'll hear you again. Thank you.
Joining us now is Lucas Schubert, driver of the 717, currently leading. Mega first 2 stints there for you in the rain and tricky transitioning conditions.
Yeah, definitely.
How,
the thing is, I didn't have much practice because we were driving in a 24-hour race, both of us, so we had to concentrate on this one. So I think I pretty much had no practice at all. I think 3 laps in the single player to get some pressures for the tires because I didn't even have them. So yeah, I think overall it went quite good with the rain and the start, because I think I've never driven Imola in the rain before, so yeah, overall pretty happy with this one.
Yeah, it's I mean, again, obviously you guys have showed up. You've been on point, at least from normal form. It doesn't show as if you guys haven't done any practice. Man, every time that we have a fight on the racetrack, just one of the cars pits. Come on, let us fight for a couple bit. I mean, but yeah, you guys have had your normal form. Obviously, how was the kind of the race start with it obviously being in the rain, and then with the 22, obviously the pole sitter electing to start from the pit lane, whether it was an intentional elect or an accidental elect, they did start from the pit lane. And did that kind of play any sort of confusion into your start, or any sort of difference in strategy for how you were going to attack the race by suddenly being on pole rather than second?
I think I was a bit surprised by the rain, so we don't even had a strategy. I think I can't remember anything. So I think the strategy would have been to drive 80 minutes per stint, so we only have to pit 3 times, not 4 times. So yeah, with the rain, this was a bit washed then. Yeah, I was a bit surprised by the 22 that it didn't show up in the grid. But it hasn't changed anything pretty much because our main goal was just to drive so we can get a few points so we are safe for the championship. That we are leading now is, I think, something we didn't expect at the start of the race and also at the start of this day, because it's quite hard for both of us because we are not driving the same team. And I think I've driven for 5 hours in the last 12 hours, no, 9 hours to be exact. Yeah, pretty hard day for both of us, and I think if we can win here, yeah, would be a good finish for our general feeling.
Does that 24-hour happen to be on iRacing?
No, it's an ACC.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we are driving in Monza with the AMG, but not in the
Ooh.
same team, so we have to coordinate a bit for the stints, because we wanted to drive in the same team, but I was in another one, and then one driver from my team got ill, and for a moment I've switched into his team. I think it was last week, and yeah, then it went a bit yeah, complicated overall.
I was actually not aware there was a 24 going. I know that there's a 12-hour going on today on ACC. I wasn't actually aware there's also a 24-hour going on. I know that there's the 24 hours of Nürburgring going on this weekend on iRacing, which is what I kind of assumed maybe you were jumping to. But that would be really, to me, that would be really difficult to be jumping from iRacing to ACC, because obviously those games they handle completely differently. At least here it's, and also you can kind of make like a story of it of both of the tracks are in Italy, so it's like you had to coordinate how to get the helicopter to fly back and forth between the tracks in Italy. It's something that could at least be feasible in real life.
Yeah.
It isn't like you're going between Germany and Italy. That's a bit harder. But the Italian circuit's hopefully treating you well today. Obviously, Imola is, and Monza could perhaps fall your guys' way as well.
Yeah, his team is leading, so I'm a bit pissed, to be honest. Oh yeah, my team just we've done a few mistakes. Overall, we started P16 in this race, so I had to get some time, get some good time in the first stints, and I think I was on P10 P6 after 2 hours in this race. And yeah, we've then made a few mistakes, like switching off the engine on the middle of the straight, and yeah, then just the chaos unfolded.
Sounds about right though for 24 hours of Monza. Of all tracks, Monza would be one of the worst to run a 24-hour on for me. It seems like that would be so exhausting mentally.
Yeah, it is. I don't know. I have to drive 2 stints in I think 40 minutes.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I have to drive again for 2 hours, or to be exact for 2.5 hours, because we have to extend a bit of the stints so we can get to the end without any extra stops. And yeah, I don't know. I have to go to bed at 1 a.m. I'm living in Germany, so 1 a.m. I'll go to bed, and then on 6:30 I think I'll get up, and then I'm gonna watch Formula 1 because it's at 7 o'clock. And I don't know when I have to drive again. I think it could be at 9 o'clock. Yeah.
It's what you call dedication, though, right there. Like you are
Yes.
setting aside your entire weekend. It's 22, way off. Hold on, I want to go and rewatch whatever that just happened. They went way off to the back of the turn 2 chicane.
I honestly had a bit of I don't know the word, sorry, English. just left me. Yeah, I was a bit scared for the 22. Could have thought that it spun off of the gravel onto the racetrack.
Luckily, there's a bit of a paved runoff on the back for them, so they had that spin and just went straight to where that paved runoff was, and was able to rejoin rather smoothly. Actually, that's a minimal time loss for the spin, but that's going to bring the 513 into a fight with them now. Only a few seconds in that gap for P4, so that's going to make that hopefully in a couple laps more interesting. Pit stop should be occurring soon. I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the stream all that much, but something that we did realize earlier, the 42 made a short pit stop on its last stop. Because obviously for a full tank of fuel or to change tires is 30 seconds, no matter which one you're doing. However, their pit stop, they spent 23 seconds stationary in their pit box, which suggests that they did not change tires and they underfueled the car.
Yeah, could be possible.
Curious little
think we
strategy
will-
call from them, but so far it's working out. They're in P2 at the moment. They've managed to jump a couple positions. Obviously, we've seen a couple other cars have issues, and I mean, hey, it's an interesting, bold strategy call. It's worked out for them, and honestly, the pace has been rather impressive from them. The fact that they're still running the same pace in that 42 that you guys are, despite the fact that it seems like they didn't change their tires, is massively impressive from that team.
Yeah, I also had big struggles. I mean, the track was on green for 40 minutes or so, and the car just over-rotated in every corner. We also didn't have a pretty good setup. I've just picked one I had in my list, so I think it has negative toe on it, so it's rotating really, really hard in the corners. And with a green track and overpressured tires, I think I was on 28.5 or so.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was a bit more of ice skating than driving on this surface, so
Yeah, that obviously ACC extremely sensitive to pressures, so having 28.5 psi on your pressures, it can't be overstated just how much that really does affect your grip. For those of you who are watching or listening who haven't had a lot of experience with ACC, it definitely, running high tire pressures is one of the harder things in all of sim racing in this game. It's ridiculous the way that the car really handles whenever your tire pressures are off.
Yep. I'm quite happy I don't have to double stint tires. in the first race, our third driver had to do it. In the first race, I had to do it, and now he has to do it. So I think also we've split the qualifying sessions of all 3 races between us, so it's quite balanced with this, like the performances we had to.
A true team effort, if you will.
Yeah.
To bring home the probably what will be the Spring Endurance Series Championship. Hopefully in just over an hour's time, we can see at least most of the team back. I know you said that I think you said you had to go run a stint, but hopefully we can see Bensuki in here. We can.
Yeah, I don't know if he will come to the interview because I don't know how he has to drive after this race and the 24-hour race. So yeah, I don't know.
Get a bit of a celebration though with the championship win, and
Yeah.
I mean at this
we could
point
do
it's
it
pretty
now.
much all but sealed. As long as you guys don't DNF, you're good. Which you can even afford to DNF as long as it happens after 30 minutes remaining in the race. So as long as you guys make it another 35 minutes, you win the championship.
That's pretty cool. Yeah, also it's pretty cool that we have got all the points available for this series at the moment.
Yeah.
Also, I think in Suzuka we overtook 15 minutes before the 3-hour mark, and in Bedford it was like 10 minutes before the 3-hour mark, so good timing, I would say.
Set it up perfectly to take advantage of exactly all the points at play.
Yeah.
And no, it's been fun having you guys again. Obviously, after the way that some of the previous races where you guys have showed up went, but then to get into the Spring Endurance Series and have it seem like everything's kind of falling your guys' way is sure it's a sigh of relief.
Definitely. Also, the tracks were good for the Mercedes, so
That helps.
Bathurst, Suzuka, and Imola were good tracks.
Definitely helps. Hopefully we'll see you guys come back to maybe defend the title in the Summer Endurance Series. And
Yeah, I think so. We have to look how how we have time for this, but I think that it should be possible.
And something else to be noted is that, of course, the number 1 will be eligible for you guys instead of for the DSRT team, as will be the previous championship winner. So maybe the 717 takes a break.
Not sure about this, but we will look into it. So
It's eligible. It's eligible.
yeah,
But no, yeah. Appreciate you for stopping in, and
yeah, no problem.
glad that I'm sure that you guys were glad to not have to double stint 2 sets of tires with the rain early on. And
No, we didn't. But without the rain, we would have tried the 2-stopper. So we only have to double stint 1 time.
would have probably been worthwhile to to try to save the field there. The strategy calls would have been really interesting on this race. Either way.
I also had to manage it with my team in the 24 hours because I should have driven back 30 minutes ago. I should have started my next stint, but they thankfully they said, okay, good, you can stay in this race. But in 30 minutes time, it's time again for Monster Madness.
Man, you need to relax.
Yeah,
It's
relax
the
will come
weekend.
in 2 hours. No, 3 hours. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of time.
It's a lot of driving, a lot of GT3 action, and
Yeah.
I'm sure you probably won't want to touch it for another 3 weeks after this.
I think in
Oh,
2 weeks' time
contact.
is the next race.
Between that is Alexis, that's 60, or not Alexis, McLaren, it's 69 McLaren, and the 805 contact with each other coming up the hill here. Down in the braking zone. What exactly? Obviously, this is kind of a blue flag scenario. It seemed like the BMW just misjudged the braking point of the McLaren and ran into the back of them, rather than trying to overtake. Was willing to follow them through the chicane, and in that process found the rear bumper of that McLaren. So we might see a penalty come in for the 805 on that one. So their day is falling down. They were obviously up towards the podium spot earlier on, but now 7th place, and could possibly see more time it be handed down, and could fall even further down the grid than where they already are. Ooh, the sun is starting to come out, it appears. Let's get some trackside cams going on. We'll get those set up after we come back from a break. Luca will let you go and get some rest as well before you're going to get back in the car and run some laps at Bonza. Good luck for you in those stints, and
Thank you.
we will hopefully hear from you again soon.
Yeah, I think so. Okay,
Alrighty.
thank you. Yeah, I think we will hear us again in a few weeks' time if the next season starts.
Awesome. We'll
Okay.
see you then.
Good evening, I think, or is it like afternoon for you guys?
It's currently 3 p.m. for myself.
Okay, so then good. Is it no afternoon? Is it? All right.
Yeah, no, it's
my
4 p.m. here on the East Coast.
my brain is just completely left my body today.
Yeah, now
No
you gotta
clue
go
what's
and
going
run
on.
more laps at Monza. You're gonna be
Oh yeah.
you're gonna be done.
Gonna
The
be pretty
Porsche
funny, I think.
in the tow. I mean, even in the tow, the Porsche gets left in the straight line. It's kind of crazy just how slow it is in a straight line.
Oh yeah.
Like it's honestly shocking. Like I knew that it was gonna be slower in a straight line. I didn't expect it to be that much
Oop.
slower. That's a bumper. Little bit of a tap to the 991. This is a fight for 10th place here. Looking to the outside now for turn 7 underneath the braking. Going to try to pull it out. This is obviously now this is where the Porsche becomes faster. Is from here back till we get to turn 12. See if he can get the drag up the hill. Not quite. Going to go for the crossover. Maybe on the inside of 8 under braking. That's not going to be a smart move. He thinks better of it. Backs out. Now he's going to get into line and follow behind the Aston Martin down the hill. Through 9 and 10. Going to go up on the acceleration zone. The Porsche really good here. This is going to be the spot to try to make a move if you're going to do it. Down towards the braking zone. It's going to pull out to the left as the Aston is defensive. Not quite going to be able to make it stick though. Great braking zone from the 991 to stay ahead of the Porsche. And that's going to mitigate any attack, at least for another lap, I would have to imagine, from the 421. As out goes Lucas Schubert. We appreciate the 717 team giving us their time, and of course they've been fantastic all through this championship. And again, in a short bit of time, we hope to see more of them when they return. Maxime Bullet once again, any sort of lunge into turn 1. He's going to try it late under braking, not quite able to get there, and that's going to ruin the run up off of turn 3 and 4. So there's going to be no challenge here through 5, 6, or I have to imagine 7 either, as we actually have crossed the 100 lap mark in this race. Oh, that's a big run. Here we go. Any sort of move? Going to try that outside once again. The 991 heavily defensive. The Porsche to the outside. Side by side they are. Drag racing up the hill. The Porsche got the advantage under acceleration. Let's see if he can outbrake at turn 8. The Aston makes the charge. Misses the apex slightly. Great outside attack back from the 421. Side by side they are. And now with the preferred line, the Porsche through turn 9. Gonna keep it. Now let's see if there's a crossback. Little bit of bumper on the exit of turn 10, but nothing quite there to be able to make the move. Fantastic overtake there from the 421. A good bit of racing by both sides there. Respectful, not hitting each other, just aggressive, hard pushing there. And through Maxime Bullet now into 9th. It was a fight for 10th, but I do believe we had a car pit there not too long ago. And so now into 9th for the 421. We're going to go ahead and we're going to take a quick 3-minute break, and we will be back on just the other side. Those of you who are chilling in the Twitch chat, we will see you in 3 minutes. And we are back. This is the Ayrton Senna monument on the side of the racetrack just off of turn 4. As we were mentioning earlier, does exist. You see off in the top right there, the sun starting to return. And yeah, nice little scene to see added into the game. Nice place to watch some cars drive by as well. As we are just under an hour through this race, 50 minutes remaining. The 717 has started their final pit stop. We've also seen the 42 make their pit stop while we were away. They did take a full service, so that is confirmed. And I suspect that we're seeing the same out of the 717 taking a full service here. The 22 has yet to serve their pit stop. The 514 yet to serve their pit stop. The 78 has pit. The 513 has pit. So the only cars that really have yet that owe us a pit stop are the 22 and the 514 here, and I suspect we'll see them in shortly. 717 will remain as the overall leader, though, even following the pit stop, as they spent 32 seconds on the pit lane, so they did take a full service stop, not any sort of risking it there for a short stop. They really don't need to. They're in a position where they've got this win pretty handedly at the moment. Real fight to watch here is going to be the difference between the 42, the 78, and the 22, and see who comes out better in position. The 94 staying far to the left, trying to get out of the way, but wanting all the toe they can there. The 42 not willing to let them just kind of pull over. Jumping a position here, 4278. Of course, we see the Aston Martin finding their stop now in the 514. Quite a scenic racetrack Imola is. Of course, it's not too far outside of the city, also bearing the same name. And it's definitely a pretty region of northern Italy. It's not quite all the way in North Italy, but it is northern Italy. And definitely sets a nice scene. You see the houses there just off of turn 14 and 15 there. Gotta wonder just how nice that those seats are to be able to sit on your back porch and be able to watch cars come through the final couple corners at Imola. I'm sure that's a fun little experience to have. Not sure if it's bugging here. Okay, yeah, I do believe it's bugging out a little bit, showing the best lap. I think that maybe it's showing the best lap for the driver here, not for the car, if that makes sense, because it does show for me on the software 144.0, in the 513, whereas it is actually a 1:43.3 as the best time. So I think that my software is showing me the best laps for the driver, not for the car, which is interesting. Go on board here with the low hanging splitter cam for a couple laps. Again, really gives you that sense of speed and just how on the edge these cars are, how rough and abrasive that racetracks are. You see the rubber laid down on the curbs. Surfing their drive through the 29. It's another one for track limits. With 45 minutes remaining in this race, you can tell we are starting to get tired, huh? I am feeling it. Well, I'm not sure if you're here at the moment, but I imagine you're feeling it as well.
I'm partially here.
The exhaustion definitely starting to kick in at this moment. I'm sure these drivers are tired as well. Obviously, race much shorter than the previous ones that we have had in the championship, but definitely still a draining one nonetheless. Right on board
I
here.
have the race back on my screen. Taking a photo and iRacing.
We're riding on board here with the 805, closing the gap to the 514 just up the road here. There's a McLaren in the way. Next car up is for position. And there's also the 29, the 993. They're going to be having a fight here shortly for position down in 10th. Currently the one sitting in the way of that fight, pulling out of the way for now. And I am glad to see the sun popping out here for the end of the Spring Endurance Championship or Spring Endurance Series. It kind of sets the mood, right? We obviously had rain at the start of this race, but we're ending into sunlight, starting to get kind of nicer. You know, obviously the track temp in of itself is coming down, but it kind of signals that we're pushing into summer type of feel for those of us in the Northern Hemisphere. Obviously, for those of you who are here in the Southern Hemisphere, appreciate you all greatly for being here, but obviously we know that you guys are leaving the springtime or leaving your summertime, in fact, and are pushing into your fall and winter months. The 29 here has a massive run on the 993. One thing we've noticed here with the 99 Racing Team cars, both the 993 and the 991, that they are rather defensive. Pretty much as soon as they feel any sort of threat from the car behind, they sacrifice the racing line in effort for the defensive line. And it really has obviously hurt them in overall race pace, but it's not necessarily hurt them in on-track battles. It seems like pretty consistently they can defend well, but they also never have that chance to kind of pull away from the fight that's occurring behind them. It seems like something they've really struggled with is they can defend for 5 laps, but eventually your defense stops working. You can only defend for so long. And if the car that's attacking can kind of outlast their defense, then the car attacking will consistently win in that fight.
You talk about being happy that the sun's coming out. You know which team's happy? The 42, because that means they can use their last set of soft tires. Well, not soft tires, but their last slicks.
Yep, they are currently pushing on with it right now. They have set in the stint so far their personal best in the race, so they are one of the faster cars at the moment. Obviously stuck right now just behind these two who are going to be fighting for position, the 42 car. And go with an onboard shot from that car to get a perspective of the fight that's happening just in front of us. As these two are, as you mentioned, the 42, they're going to be able to really try to use their new tires to their advantage if they so can. The 29 pushing really wide, again defensive from the 993. I'm sure the 42 frustrated seeing this out its windshield. This is only costing them time, and that's it. Oh, deep goes the 993. And through goes the 29 on the position, at least temporarily. The 993 may be looking to attack back, going far to the left side of the racetrack here towards turn 8. Going to try to take that position back ASAP. Not quite there. 42 going to try to be opportunistic and maybe get the move done on at least one of these cars right now. Thinks better of it and backs out. Not worth trying to fight down into turn 9. 993 gets a bit of a wheel hop on the exit of the corner, but again, not really enough to justify a move. Maybe the 42 going to make a lunge there. There it is, up and over the inside curb. The 993 has to bail on the corner in an effort to not make contact with the second bit of apex. And now the one going to try to unlap themselves on these cars. Obviously the one's had a rough day when they're going. It seems to be the story, and there's a bit of contact. 993 missing the apex just a little bit and clips the rear end of the McLaren, and around they go.
It's probably made the 42 happy to get by all that traffic, because if I'm not mistaken, they're only about 25 seconds behind P2.
That is correct. Although I do believe that the 22 does owe us a pit stop. Unless if they're going to be able to pull out a 2-stop strategy here, which I don't think they will, the 22 does owe us a pit stop. So
22.7 is the gap between right now.
I think that the 42 is more worried about the 78, I would have to imagine. They're more worried about trying to keep that 7.5 second gap. And maybe build it out a little bit in an effort to go get P2 in this race, because the 22 owes us a stop. And if we were to throw in a prediction stop for them at the moment, it would put them behind both of those cars. It would put them behind the 78 as well. So I expect a stop anyways from the 22 team. Surely they're not going to be able to make this a two-stop race. As there goes the 94 smoking, or coughing up sand, I should say. still right on board now at the 805, trying to close that gap still on the 514, just up the road. There's currently a Porsche in between them.
A little bit of oversteer on exit through Vilna for the 805 also.
Porsche really holding them up here, flashing the headlights out of anger. You have to imagine frustration. I mean, they're separated by one position, but they're separated by one position that's a full lap. The 421 is one lap behind the 805, despite only being one position behind them as well. Kind of the split between the top half of the grid and the bottom half of the grid, if you will. I mean, quite literally, it is, and it's showcasing. In the 805, got to be frustrated here with the 421 not making this easier, but maybe now with a little bit of slipstream down the front straightaway. Again, we know the Porsche down on speed in the top end, and the BMW maybe here try to get a really good run up off the final corner, take that slipstream, close this gap down, the couple tenths that's there, and try to make it where it's next to nothing. Maybe make a lunge down to turn one. Let's see. The Porsche actually decent legs here. You see that shift into sixth really hurts. But able to stay far enough ahead of the BMW, at least for the time being. Of course, the Porsche doesn't have to pull out of his way, though. That was almost oversteer into the 805. Almost causing a collision there. 421 now behind the 805, and that means that Marc Dizon can put his head down, try to focus out the windshield, and go close that gap. 3.5 seconds is the difference now. Try to go and get that P6 away within the final 30 minutes of this race. I mean, in theory, all he needs is a couple tenths a lap. That's all he needs. What's the difference between that? Okay, so this is called Dash Pro. That's... Oh, interesting. Huh. I don't know if anyone else has ever realized this, but the bumper cam that's built into ACC, check it out. The camera doesn't actually move from where we are right now. All it does is despawn the car. Huh. Again, you learn something new every day. Look at that. So in theory, the car just doesn't exist right now. If I were to go... No, okay. Let's say, like, if I were to go into, like, F7, would that do anything? But no, it's... Why would it do something? Because you're F7, you're in a different camera now. Like, in theory, it's just despawning the car that you're driving. That's interesting.
Fairly sure there's a couple other games that do similar tricks for some of their cams.
I would imagine so, yeah. There is some difference that occurs. But I don't know. I never would have thought that I thought about like how that Like, it's not a... Like, I always just thought that this was a bumper cam. But it explains why it feels off. Like, because obviously, if it's just the cockpit cam without the car, so it's not centered. It's also raised a little bit. And it's also set back from where the bumper would be. And it explains why the bumper cam in this game always felt odd. Which is why I'm glad to now have this camera by a custom cam, is that we can just sit like this on the splitter.
Yeah, splitter cams and front wing cams have always been one of my favorite of mine because it shows the sense of speed right down. You can see all the aggregate in the concrete.
Yeah, every little bump, every little crease, every little difference in elevation, you really notice it on these low cameras. Definitely offers a unique perspective in these broadcasts. Coming up on 30 minutes remaining. The 22 has given us that pit stop we expected. They are behind the 78 now. Gap is up to 8.7 between the 42 and the 78, so we are looking at that gap building slowly but surely. That's good news for the 42, Sebastian Elmstrom, who, of course, wants to not have to contend with the 78 car here at the end of this race, but would like to have a nice, easy breezy P2. It's currently on track for such. PLR guys, obviously, community who also host races within the ACC world. They recently hosted a 6-hour race, I believe, at the Nürburgring for Ukraine. A little support for Ukraine. Obviously a fantastic thing going on right now with the real world news going on with the Russian and Ukrainian war that is outbreaking, and our friends over at PLR hosted a race over there with the charity link, and of course I still have the donation link open, and definitely there were a good group of guys over there at the Pro League Racing, and definitely worth checking out for other events similar to ours. And we hope to be able to kind of progress more into doing more with their events as well going forward. With the GRG eSports stuff, we would like to put some of our cars in their races more frequently. And they've been around with us, I think, since our 2020 race here at Imola. Sorry for bumping the mic there, but I'm pretty sure that was the first race that they came and joined us, was December 2020 with these races. And yeah, good group of guys over there, and still showing up ever reliably and on track for second place now.
Yeah, and of course 2020 also being the year we started off the endurance series, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we had started in August of 2020. I believe was our first endurance event. I can check right quick. I have the full archive of all of our events. June of 2020, in fact, was the 3 hours of Kyalami. That was our first hosted endurance event that we did. And yeah, that was I think shortly after that DLC had released. And here we are now, almost 2 years later, still hosting these events, still having a lot of fun with them. We've now hosted 2 successful charity events, and we look forward to a 3rd one coming up. And we, of course, now have branched away. Obviously, last year we did a full year championship, a full 10 races that we did, because of course we had the charity race, and then we also took 1 month off. So it was essentially a 10 race championship, and we elected to break that 10 race championship down into 3 race championships this year, where we'll host a total of 9 races that'll be given out as 3 different championships. And of course, this is the first of the 2022 year with the Spring Endurance Series. And yeah, we've been having a lot of fun with them, and we look forward to the next round of 3. We will be putting in some work with that here soon, and we look to get into get into announcing those events for you guys shortly. And then we'll also be hosting some more kind of fun, shorter, less stressful events throughout the month of May as well. Blood Wolf in the Twitch chat. We also can't get the 3rd driver to connect again. It's waiting 5 minutes short of his hour. So how do you guys handle it? Well, has he driven already in the race? Because obviously, we would handle it. I mean, I don't know exactly how we would handle it, but
Yeah, Ethan's saying it will be fine due to it being an incident with ACC connection nonsense if it is on the ACC side.
Yeah, if there's some sort of struggle where like it's putting them in the wrong car or something like that, then that'll just, yeah, they'll be fine without that. If you can take a clip of that to kind of prove it, I would say, like prove that like whenever they try to connect that there's an error of some sort, just so then we can see that. Otherwise it opens up some loopholes per se, where drivers can just say that it's a connection issue. So if you can prove there's a connection issue, then yeah, it's nothing that you got to worry about. 24 minutes remain. Something else that I have noticed that is on this this little app is that it actually shows me how much time that I spend with each car in terms of percentage of screen time. And I think that that's such a fascinating thing to feature within a broadcasting tool, and I love it because it kind of makes it where you can kind of see where the action's been throughout the race, and it also makes it where you can, you can focus on cars you haven't focused on so much, such as the 201, who was only seeing 0.3% of the screen time today. That was the least of any car. And so we'll go ahead and give them some screen time, as well as the 69 here shortly.
So what would be the most screen time on any car?
The most screen time at the moment is the overall leader, Ben Suzuki, in the 717 at 15% screen time. Second place is the 42 in second place with 14%. And then the 805 also has 14% as well, being the 3rd highest car on screen time. And then we have the few cars that were in that 4-way fight. They all have 7% each. And then there's 5% for the 99 Racing Team cars, who have had their fair share of fighting with each other. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting just to like watch the way that works. Kind of lets you see again, where the action's been throughout the day, and who you've seen, who you've not. And of course, you know, I mean, in real life, you can go an entire race broadcast without it ever focusing on certain cars, especially in shorter races where there's a big grid. That's interesting. There's a lot of interesting little things that they have on this app that I really like. Might have to talk to them about seeing if they'd be willing to do some sort of thing where I can promote them. Because I really, this is the solid little app. It has a lot of neat features. There's a couple more I'd like to add. 22 back on pit lane. They sure are. Why has the 22 come back to the pit lane? I gotta wonder why. 69 with another drive-through. They'll be on the pit lane in just a moment as well. Curious to see the 22 pitting here. 20 minutes remaining. Rather long stop here as well. They've been sitting stationary for some time. Appears the driver swap has occurred, maybe? Is that what they're trying to do? Yes, Octavian Robu is back in the car now. So maybe they needed to meet the driver time minimum, and so they're trying to get that figured out now. Still wait here, and 69 is going to come around to come serve their drive-through penalty. See if the 22 is still on the pit lane once the 69 comes by. Pulling it right on down to make sure they don't get that speeding penalty. Now I don't know if this is going to be an extra penalty on top of the one that they're currently serving, or if they are serving the one, but Race Control just put out drive-through penalty for car 69. For avoidable contact. Car 22 is rolling now. They do have that situation sorted, but they've now dropped well down the grid. Octavian back in the car. 69 made contact with the 78. Then ultimately also took out the 1 for an incident on lap 85. So this was about an hour and a half ago, I'd imagine. Now with Octavian back in the car, and try to get to grips here with the used tires. Incident reviewed. Incident will be reviewed post-race for car number 1 and 993. An incident reported between those two. I believe that we watched that on stream.
Yes, that was in the final corners.
Yeah, that was that, and but
That
for Race Control there was an issue with the replay. So they'll need to get the replay resaved and rewatch it post race if they can. The 78 shout out here. Interesting little note. Closing the gap down to 3/10 of a second behind, or 3 seconds. Sorry, not 3/10. 3 seconds now behind the 42. So that gap might be closing soon. And then we have the Green Flag Racing team also closing their gap here. 17 minutes to go. Do we see some teammates duke it out for 4th place? Let's find out. Of course, the 805 only 5 seconds back. So if these two start fighting, we could see this become a 3-horse race for P4. Gap here, 1.8 seconds between the two teammates. Riding on board with Simonov, trying to close the gap to Neve just up the road. Here's Naniev. And I apologize for butchering names. I will learn some of them once you guys tell me how to properly pronounce them.
I mean, it could always be my last name.
Well, there's a reason why I don't say your last name.
Exactly.
You're just Ryan.
Yeah.
I know for a fact I will butcher it every time, no matter how many times you tell me how to pronounce it correctly.
Yeah. It's a fairly common thing. So it's funny, a few times I've been called to the office at school how they pronounce my last name. It's always some weird pronunciation. It's always different, too. That's what I find.
Yeah, it's just different every time. Nobody has a consensus as to how to pronounce your name. Yeah, no, yeah. Start calling you Pachinko.
Oh, jeez.
42 here under attack from behind. But this is not for position. This is from a car that's a lap down. 29 trying to make their way through. Could be slowing up the 42. Do you even want to contest, or do you just let the 29 through here and just let them go? Oh man, this is interesting because it's 29 starts kind of fighting a little bit with the 42 here. We could quickly see this gap close.
The 991, and the gap appears to be 5 seconds. So that might be why they're trying to fight each other.
Yeah, exactly. So it's clearly they want to push forward, and the 42 doesn't want to doesn't want to fall back. So you almost gotta wonder, does the 42 here just give the position away? They're electing to go kind of defensive here. They're off the line, going down towards the chicane. They do go defensive, and they're gonna defend it into the braking zone. And we've already seen here half a second close there, just in sector 2. Oh boy, we could quickly see this fight for P2 close up here with 13 minutes remaining.
I think the best thing for the 42 would be, if they can, without losing much time, let it by, because then they don't have to drive defensively.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but also too, you don't want to let the 29 by and then have the 29 hold you up.
Yeah, they need to balance their risks, and right now they appear to think that just keeping it behind and driving a little bit defensively is the best course of action right now.
Last time around, 2 seconds slower for the 42 car versus the 78. That shows just how much that little bit of a defensive driving really did play in. But now the 29 is still, that is the one thing. Oh, and off is the 78. Off is the 78. Well, we can throw that question mark out the window as Tim Holtz maybe a bit too aggressive down into turn 2. Found the curb. Oh, that's a GT4. Oh, that might be called for a dangerous rejoin. That was questionable. Let's see as we came down to turn 1 here. Inside curb, not quite. Catching the sausages, though, for turn 3. Into the grass on the exit, and around the car went. That will do it to you. And see here, I mean, oh yeah, just on board with the GT4. You see the car just kind of pops out of nowhere. They were not expecting to see the 78 come from the right there. But now for Sebastian Elmstrom, now you definitely don't have to worry about being defensive against the 29 at all. What I was going to say is that, you have the 29 that's in between you. So, even if you do necessarily lose time, the 78 still would have had to negotiate getting around the lap car, where now they don't. That's now they're not even of a concern with a 13-second gap between them.
And also the thing with the 29 is they're catching the 991 even staying behind the 42, so it could be because of draft or just being able to keep up with them.
Yeah, or even perhaps just following the line of a faster car. I mean, obviously the 42 is second place on a fresh set of tires. So if you are behind, you can, like you mentioned, you have their toe down the straight, and then you can also follow their braking lines a bit more. Maybe it bumps up your pace just a little bit. The 29 actually, in the last 3 laps has gone faster in each lap. So maybe staying behind the 42 is beneficial for the 29 ultimately, as they're going to try to pull in the gap towards the 991, as you did mention, for 8th place. We're watching here, battle of McLaren's here for 12th. The gap was down to 6/10, now up to a 1.5 seconds. A little bit of a loss there for the 1. Still seems like maybe they're hurting in terms of top speed. Let's take a look. Not too much. They're similar. 69 still showing lack of top speed, but again, I think that is a slight software glitch, not an actual thing there. The 805 down to 2.7 seconds on the 513 ahead as well. So we have 3 different fights that are all kind of pending here with 10 minutes to go.
Ethan's asking for a replay of the final hour for me.
Yeah, I got him.
All right.
With 9.5 minutes remaining, we're just kind of waiting right now. Everyone's just outside of that range where it's attacking range, right? I mean, everyone's kind of they're just kind of there, not quite attacking range yet. So you can see here, this is the gap between the 805 and the 513. It's 1.5 seconds there at the Sector 2 timing line. Those two are surely going to be battling within a lap's time. Meanwhile, the 29, you can see that there is still the 42 in between them. And the 991, however, again, they are slowly closing that gap down. .421 is making a pit stop. So we're going to see both Porsches in the last 20 minutes make a stop. Whoa! there's a Lexus in the way. We were looking backwards from the back of the 513. A major time loss there, it seems, from the Lexus in front. I don't know if there was contact or if that was just avoiding action. Let's see here. Those yellow flags being waved. Oh, yes, that's going to be the Lexus rejoining right in front. Oh, and there was contact. But also, I mean, the 513 had more than enough time to see that coming. Oh, that might play some penalties in here late. I'm going to be curious to see that and how Race Control thinks of that action. As now we come right into the fight of this battle here. I mean, maybe for the 805, do you bank on there being a penalty? Surely not. You want to get it done on track. But you do have in the back of your mind that maybe the 513 sees a penalty happening for that contact. But it also could come down to the 94 there as well. I mean, we'll have to see what Race Control thinks with more being seen as perhaps they believe it could have been a dangerous rejoin, as side by side now the 805 going the long way around down towards turn 2 under braking as ahead and just cuts across. There's contact. Oh, that was naughty from the 805. So now we might see 2 penalties play into this battle for 5th place, as both cars have seemingly made contact in the last lap and a half. We look from the helicopter cam. It did not seem like as if the 805 was clear at any point in time down into turn 1. Let's see. They were kind of clear, but I'm not sure if they quite had the position. Again, that's going to be on a race control decision, and those will likely be post-race penalties. Not really anything we can do within the last 4 minutes, unless if it is clear and obvious. The 991 is now behind the 29. We also just missed that during that action happening. So the 29 has gotten by the 991, as well as the 42. So perhaps something there with the blue flags.
The race started with 4 hours. We're down to 4 minutes left of the 4 hours of Imola.
And 4 minutes left of the Spring Endurance Series, the start of the 2022 year for the GRG eSports Championships. It's coming down to the wire. You've seen all sorts of drama and calamity in this race, and it seems fitting that in the final couple minutes that it would unwind to drama in of itself. The battle for P5, I'm going to be really curious to see how Race Control decides to anoint that. We're looking to see if any of these other gaps are closing at all. And word is that the 22, they had a disconnection problem. Fortunately, it happened, during the pit stop and other things, but the disconnection issue resulted in them going from P4 now down to 9th. But perhaps can kind of recover a little bit and still know that they had a really good drive. And obviously, starting from the pit lane after qualifying on pole, they showed that they had the pace, but obviously, unfortunately, not in the positions to get the results today. The sun is formally setting now, as it is just past 7 p.m. And I mean, it's kind of properly dark at this stage on the racetrack. I mean, you can start to see the shadows disappearing. The headlights are showcasing a solid ray on the track. Obviously, we're not going to go into full night here with just 2 minutes remaining. We're coming down in the final couple laps of the Spring Endurance Series. And a drive-through for the 208. The Mercedes getting it right at the end there with track cuts, I would have to imagine. And that's unfortunate for them, as the Soul GT4 kept their nose clean all race. But now with just a couple minutes left in the race, they'll have to make it one more pole down the pit lane in an effort to not get the DQ.
So it will be one final lap. So this will be the beginning of the final lap of the 4 hours of Imola.
The white flag is displayed. One more time around for Ben Suzuki and the Honey Badger by Cryonics 717 Mercedes. Obviously a dominating performance, starting from pole, although they did not qualify on pole. They managed to start on pole due to the, as we were just mentioning, the 22 starting in the pit lane, flashing the headlights already. A little bit of celebratory moves there for Ben Suzuki. And obviously they've had a dominating race leading all of the laps so far today, and they've also had a dominating championship. Well, I can't say all the laps, because through the pit cycle the 42 did lead a couple, but I've had a dominating championship performance as well, taking basically maximum points. I do believe that they were third place at one of the point scoring events, but they've absolutely had one of the most sound championships that you could ask for. And of course, with some other teams backing out, they took full advantage of those situations too, and have absolutely been dominant so far throughout the Spring Endurance Series. Let's see if anyone can contest them going forward, as they've kind of established themselves as the new best team in the GRG eSports Endurance events. Ben Suzuki one last time to the final two corners, 14 and 15. One more acceleration zone, and here they come down the front straightaway. The Honey Badger by Cryonics Mercedes crosses the line and takes home the 4 hours of Imola win and the Spring Endurance Series Championship.
So there we have it, the champions of the Spring Endurance Series, the 717 Honey Badger by Cryonics Racing Mercedes. Congratulations to the 717, a deserved championship, and yeah, hope to see you guys again.
Definitely look forward to seeing them in more future events. So we come back to the start-finish straight. Coming across the line there, the 42 and P2 gets their finish. The smoke off in the distance. There comes 22 crossing the line. Just waiting on a few more cars to hit their finishing marks. I believe there's fireworks that are going off somewhere too, but we probably can't see them because I think that they're just over here. Yeah, there they go. Just hard to see with the cloud cover at the moment.
So the final results overall, 717, 42, 514, 805. That is the top 5.
The final race of the Spring Endurance Series.
P12 for the GT4.
Yeah, they did finish ahead of one of the GT3. Managing to do what some of the others have tried to do, but actually failed so far throughout this series, was beat a GT3 in the GT4, and they managed to pull that off. So, big shout out with them. As mentioned in the chats here, flawless from the 717. All championship long. Obviously, the deserving winner to this point, and big shout out to them. And actually, I mean, a huge shout out with everybody showing up for these races, pushing through on these events, getting us through this series, and we look forward to progressing into the next one. If anybody is in the Twitch chat and is interested in joining the briefing or the commentary booth for just a little bit, come have a chat with us, feel free to do so. Just join the waiting room on the Discord, and we'll be sitting here for a couple more minutes as we wrap up our final thoughts of today's race. Drama, calamity, exhaustion. I think that's the story of today. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. All the ups and downs, all the changes, the weather conditions, everything, all fighting for all the teams.
Yeah, the race starting in the wet and then transforming into the dry, obviously is a huge kind of drama for any team at any moment. Whenever you're thinking about setting up your strategy, how do you set up your car? Starting in the wet is not an easy condition, and then with the way that it transitioned into the dry rather early, an off-pit strategy, as we were getting an interview with Ben Suzuki, maybe explain a little bit of his thought process behind this. With the pit strategy of going from the wet to the dry early, because obviously you couldn't quite make it the full fuel stint before you need to get it off those wet tires. Putting it on those dries early set you guys up in a good position to continue to dominate this race, though, and take home the championship.
Yes, good evening, guys. I'm very happy to be here. And I have to say, I'm very busy today because Luca and I were driving a 24-hour race at Monza at the same time. So, yeah, but we really want to get here to Imola and, yeah, drive the last race for the championship. And I have to be honest, the first 2 hours, I didn't see anything from that because, yeah, I was busy driving at Monza. And yeah, Luca made it very good. And I just, in Germany we say, we just gondoled home. It's like we are sailing home the last 2 hours.
Yeah, it looked like the car was on rails for a lot of the last few minutes, I would say.
I fucked up the last pit stop because I changed tires, and yeah, it was the wrong tire set from the second stint of Luca, and the pressures were all over the place, and I struggled to keep on the car on pace, but yeah, we had quite a good gap to P2, so I gondoled.
I also want to say congratulations on winning the championship. That's got to feel like a little good achievement there.
Yeah, we feel a little bit relieved because we didn't know the pace of the AMG. I saw the race app insert, and I said, 3 Bathurst, Suzuka, and Imola, where we can drive the AMG and practice a bit on the car, because it's my favorite car in real life, but I was never really happy with it in ACC. But yeah, update 1.8 happened and it was very good. So I said, let's practice in this car, and we never dreamed about it to win all these races. So yeah, very happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And for that matter, to dominate it in the way you guys did. I mean, it was your races were mostly flawless. You really ran into very little issues throughout the series, and were able to be at the front both for the not only for like the race end, but also for the midway points where you could score at the 3 hour marks for both Suzuka and Bathurst. And so you guys found yourself consistently basically taking home the most points you could get in every round, and led up to here where basically all you guys had to do was not DNF. As long as you finished the race, it really didn't matter. You could have finished last. It just, as long as you finished, you would have won the championship. And that's exactly what you guys did, and you did it in style by winning it. So a very dominating performance all throughout the Spring Endurance Series.
Yeah, I talked with Luca and we said, okay, we just have to finish this race, but we said, we want to keep it seriously. So he in the first 2 hours he gave it all, and yeah, I was just managing the gap and bring it home. Also, and I have to say thank you for this great season, and yeah, we're looking to come back in the summer. I heard that I heard some rumors about a summer cup, and yeah, we try to take place on that too.
Yep, there will be word about that soon. I'm not gonna say like tomorrow, but we are gonna get into progressing with that, and we look forward to our summer endurance series for sure. And we plan on running 3 of these championships this year: the spring, the summer, and then a fall/winter series, to where basically you have 9 races throughout the year that are longer endurances. That are split up into 3 championships. And so we hope to have fun. And I was mentioning it to Luca earlier. Of course, you guys have won the championship. And so something we're going to amend in the rules. It was kind of something we didn't initially have written, but DSRT kind of went with it. And it's something that we're now going to write into the rules starting basically today. Is the winner of the previous championship is the only car eligible for car number 1. So you guys do have car number 1 eligible for you going forward. If you so wish. But the 717 seems to carry good luck for you.
Yeah, definitely. We are looking forward to that, and we will see you next time.
For sure. Thanks for being here. Thanks for racing, and congrats on the dominating win.
Yeah, thank you, and have a great evening. Bye-bye.
Good luck in your 24.
Yes, thank you. Ciao.
We're going to pop in the once were the pole sitters for this race, but ultimately did not start from pole. I still haven't gotten a clear answer as to what exactly happened as to have you guys start from the pit lane. If you can start explaining with that.
Good evening. It was a mistake on my part. I clicked drive. I was with the car on track, and the countdown was still going on. So I thought, oh, okay, let me switch my video settings so I have a bit more FPS. I'm pretty sure I've done that before, and it didn't teleport me to the pits. But probably I did it after the countdown ended.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's us starting from the pits with just about 30 seconds disadvantage.
It's obviously unfortunate, but it led to that heroic drive that you guys were able to make today. Coming from last to I think the highest you guys got was 4th at one point. And then, of
Yes.
course, well, I think you guys were up in second for a little bit through the pit cycles, but I think that
Yeah,
bar
like
pit
the
cycle, I think fourth was the highest you guys were after your pit.
yeah, like the leaders pit, we were second, and then we pit got to fourth.
But then obviously at the end there, you guys had to make that emergency pit stop. It seemed, and the car spent a good like 60, 70 seconds in the pit box.
We had a disconnect on my side.
Yeah, which is unfortunate to see, of course. But fortunately, you guys were able to get the car to the end at least. I think he finished P9 ultimately.
Yes.
And that's an unofficial ninth because we still have pending penalties and things like that. But I would, I assume that that's going to stand. But I mean, after starting 19th or 20th from the pit lane, not not such a bad result to come home even within the
No,
top
it
10.
isn't. Considering the changing conditions, the fact that we had a green track for a very long time, or way longer time than I ever expected after the rain period, that was very interesting, and we had a little, let's say, a little hunch to push harder on the wet tires and keep them on for a couple more laps just to avoid the graining that would come as a result of the changing conditions. And it worked. That's one of the reasons I was able to keep up pace in the first stint and the subsequent one, and pass the car to Quant in a very, very good spot for him to just keep the advantage and even push it a bit further. Just unfortunate what happened at the end with the disconnect, but overall, I think we we overachieved a bit tonight.
Yeah, and the championship is still looking good. Like the points.
As our calculations, we should end on P2.
Yeah, I do believe that you guys should be P2 overall. Again, we'll have the final results, within a couple days of once we have all the penalties sorted and everything like that. We should have that all released by tomorrow. With where the actual final official results are for everything. But yeah, I do believe unofficially P2 at the moment for you guys. So it's it's a heck of a result, especially considering your name of off-pace racing. I'd say you guys weren't so off-pace throughout the course of this championship. You were consistently one of the fastest cars in every race. You were consistently inside the top 5 at every race, at every point scoring opportunity. And just had a couple incidents that didn't fall your guys' way that it kind of helped the 717 in those cases. Of course, the 717 had a rather clean championship slate for them. They didn't.
They drove very, very well. They were quick. They didn't have accidents. Just very nice.
Yeah, they
I think
had
they deserved the win.
And I think they have a much more gelled team and well meshed together than we have. This has been our first, let's say, season of endurance race together. So we're still getting to learn how to set up the car for both of us to be very nice and to be able to push when we want to. Yeah, we also have a third teammate who sadly wasn't able to take part tonight. Also, most of the work in the season was also done by him, so we'd like to congratulate him too and thank him. Also, we'd like to congratulate all the other drivers on the grid, especially P1. Yeah, and you guys obviously, because you did an amazing job with the championship, and yeah.
We appreciate that. We look forward to the next championship and seeing you guys be able to come back and have a chance to contend with that one as well. Defend your P2
Yes,
and
we
maybe
would.
even improve P2.
Yeah, that would be the goal. Yes.
It's interesting because in non like there hasn't been a race where we finished P2 or higher. But overall, our points add up to P2 unofficially.
Yeah. It's been a case of consistency, at some points faltering and at some points being very on point. I guess we gotta get the consistency. We need to get our consistency, some consistency, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. I mean, that's that's obviously, as you mentioned, if you guys are a new team, to be able to jump in and compete right out of the gate, be competitive, and be up front for these races, that's enough of a statement. Let alone, you guys now have some time to go and put in some work and get ready for the next series, and try to come back with season 2 and be just all that much more competitive.
Yeah.
So yeah, congrats to the winners again. Thank you for hosting and organizing the races. We enjoyed it.
Yeah, we really did. It was amazing.
We absolutely love having the teams continue to rejoin. Obviously, it's always great to see these reoccurring teams come back and be here for these races. It builds a sense of community, and obviously that's our goal first within these GRG eSports events, so that we want to have a good community of drivers, people who are respectful with each other, people who know each other, and that's something that we firmly believe in, is that the more that you have the same people racing against each other, the better the ultimate race will be, because everyone will be more understanding of each other in those moments. And so that's something that we love to see building, is consistently the same car showing up, because it'll only make things better.
100% agree.
So
It just makes it enjoyable to race with the same people and get to test your skills against theirs in different conditions, the mental games, the pace, just about everything. Do I need to go on?
no, it just about sums it up. It's it's definitely, it's a lot of fun, and we look forward to seeing you guys again in the future.
Yeah, we would love to be back next season, and yeah, um, have a good evening. Thank you again, and see ya.
Congratulations on P2.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a nice evening.
Welcome in, Felix.
Hello.
Let me turn you up just a little bit. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, hello. So, yeah, I needed to drive 3 of the 4 hours, the last 3, because my teammate didn't have time after the first hour. But yeah, I thought I will drive the race anyways, because yeah, he could drive the first hour. Then yeah, he didn't drive so well, but that's okay because he hasn't driven so much, and yeah, I'm not the fastest guy either, so I'm happy with P14, I think it is, and yeah, I will definitely drive the summer series as well.
Of course, I mean, getting a car to the end of any of these races is difficult enough. Let alone doing it where you're kind of getting consistent pace and are able to have battles with other cars. It's definitely not an easy task for any team to ever do that. And so simply getting to the
Yeah.
finish is as much of accomplishment as anything in these races.
Yeah, right at the end, I slowly creep towards the cars in front of me, but then uh, unluckily I got a drive-through penalty for pushing a car off. A bit unfortunate, but yeah, I didn't meant to do that, but he braked a little bit early. And yeah, I got one car like the 2 hour mark or so. And then that was very good feeling for me to at least get one car after the first stint of my teammate. And yeah, really enjoyed the race, definitely.
It was yeah, for sure. It was a lot of fun watching the fights all up and down the field, and seeing all the different cars be able to compete with each other. Also, I believe that you guys who were in a McLaren, like, how did you feel whenever it came to the transition of the wet to dry at the start of that race? Because obviously that's a car that's known for its ability in the wet.
Yeah, my teammate never drove the McLaren before for today, and then he never drove it in the wet, and he needed to drive 1 hour because that's the minimum driving time, and he didn't have time to pit for the dry tires to then go a stint on the dry tires. So he needed to drive the 1 hour with a wet tire, and at the end, the wet tire was completely down. It was so hot, and yeah, then he did his fastest lap with the completely overcooked tires, and yeah, it was very fun to watch for me because he's never driven this car in the track on ACC, so yeah, but he still did a really good job of it, and yeah, it was nice.
Something I never actually really thought about whenever it came to that, of if teams had it planned of the driver only doing the first stint, but then the first stint starts wet and gets to dry, you still need to do the full first stint if that's all you had planned to do. That's
Yeah.
definitely an awkward situation to get yourself stuck in, because you really don't have a right way to go. Either you pit early and well now you're stuck where later on you have a driver who doesn't have their minimum time met, or you push on like you guys did, and well now you're driving on overinflated, dead, wet tires for 20
Yeah.
minutes.
Yeah, right. But at the end, my strategy was very good. Of course, I needed to plan by myself, and I decided to not go two full stints. I rather did one long stint at the beginning, and then I did two like shorter stints to not fill the car up to the maximum with the fuel to save a bit of tires, and yeah, it worked out really great at the end. And yeah, I even kept the leader behind me for a few laps, and it was also a really nice feeling. But the leader also said in the interview that he had the wrong tire pressures, but still, it was very nice feeling for me to be in front of the leader for a few laps. So yeah, at the end, it was a very good pace from my side.
Well, we're glad that you were able to get that car to the end of the race, and sure, it's a lot of fun, and it's something, it's always information that you can then take and learn and push into future events. Of course, next month we hope to host 1 or 2 endurance events in May, and then the spring endurance or the summer endurance series that we'll be hosting starting after. So we hope to have fun and maybe see you guys back for those races, and continue to learn and use
Yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah, definitely. If we have time at those weekends, we will definitely take part in the 2 races in May. And if it fits, also the summer endurance series. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you for being here, and I think that concludes all the interviews we have today, and I think that wraps up our coverage of today's race.
Yeah, okay, so have a nice evening, and it was fun. So see you in the next events, and yeah.
We will see you then.
Okay, bye bye.
Have a go. Oh.
And yeah, you have any closing thoughts, Ryan? You wish to put on the broadcast?
Definitely was an interesting race. Lots of storylines for a lot more than I'd expect, I would say, because I've never done one of the shorter endurance commentaries. I've only done the 24. So honestly, it was a good race, I'd say. And yeah, I don't really have any closing thoughts.
It was a fun 3-round championship, the 6 hours of Suzuka, the 6 hours of Bathurst, and the 4 hours of Imola. We enjoyed it a ton. We like this format a lot. Having this endurance series format, it's definitely a lot more fun for us. I feel like it makes it less stressful, not because it's not a full year, it's not 10 races, but it also makes every race matter just a little bit more because they're not just one-off races. Kind of gives an incentive for drivers to keep showing up, and as we mentioned, to race against the same drivers every month. It makes them much more fun for us, and so we look forward to pushing into the future with these events, and keep an eye on our Discord and our website and our social medias for those information. All that can be found with the name of GRG eSports anywhere you want to look, and we will have announcements soon. But that was going to wrap up our coverage of the GRG Spring Endurance Series. We appreciate you all for being here, and we will see you in the next one. Bye for now.